Item number 5.
Just continue.
Recording in progress.
Chair, you may get ready.
Yes. Thank you very much. And greetings to everybody. In keeping with our tradition, I will now bow to my right and bow to my left. And having done so, I will request delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation.
Nana. So
Thank you very much.
you was going to do.
Let me now remind delegates that rules and the process apply in these meetings. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to remind you of the following. That the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that the place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is, that delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must always switch on their videos, and that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always be muted, and that the interpretation facility is active. That any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise your hand function. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed further, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister of Finance, as well as the Deputy Minister of Finance, the special delegates, and the SALGA representatives to the House. As Mhlungu Bailey, we have, honorable delegates, have learned with sorrow of the passing of the Deputy Speaker of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, J.J. Skosana. We wish to take this opportunity to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family of the Deputy Speaker, to the friends, and indeed the entire Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. May his soul rest in peace. We shall now proceed to the first order, consideration of votes and schedules appropriation bill. B4B-2021, National Assembly Section 77. Before we do so, I would also like again to remind honorable delegates of the voting procedure. Each delegate, including special delegates, shall have one vote. Where there is no call for a division, a vote shall be carried, and we shall proceed to the next vote. Where a party wishes to object to a vote, that objection shall be noted. A delegate wishing to call for division must draw the attention of the chair to that fact in terms of the rules. A call for division must be supported by at least 4 delegates. I will allow delegates who might be in the waiting room for the first vote 3 minutes to join the House. In respect of the votes following thereafter, 15 seconds shall be provided to join the House. No delegate shall be allowed access whilst voting is in progress. Once the question is put, delegates who wish to cast their votes must do so by using the raise your hand function. Delegates must keep their hands raised until voting closes. Procedural staff shall tally the votes. Party representatives may also be allowed to verbally confirm the number of votes from their parties. The table shall lower all hands after every vote. If a delegate is disconnected whilst voting takes place, the vote of the delegate shall be ascertained, and the records shall be amended accordingly. A delegate who wishes to make a declaration of vote must use the raise your hand function. Once recognized, the delegate should indicate his or her name, party, and do the declaration of vote. Honorable delegates, I now put vote 1, the presidency. I now put vote 1, the presidency. If there's no comment.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Chairperson?
Yes, please proceed.
There is an objection from the EFF and would like to make a declaration.
Yes.
Chairperson?
Please proceed.
Chairperson, we reject the budget vote of the presidency. We do so because we are convinced that we only have a president by name, only in this country, while the powers and functions associated with the presidency lies somewhere else. Mr. Ramaphosa's presidency has to be the biggest disaster post-1994. Under him, we have seen entrenchment of corruption, as symbolized by the looting of monies meant for PPEs, the collapse of the public healthcare sector, the demonization of Black professionals in the public sector, The most devastating consequences, Chairperson, of Mr. Ramaphosa's incompetence, however, has to be the manner he has handled the corona pandemic. Up to this day, South Africa has no serious vaccination program. Thousands of people are going to die in this third wave of the virus. Chair, whilst our leaders are gallivanting like headless chicken, not knowing whether they are coming or going, over 42% of people who are eligible for work are not working in this country. And over 70% of young people cannot find jobs. This presidency, Chairperson, and the ruling party's handling of the economy in this country is a disastrous for Black people. But we understand that Mr. Ramaphosa may be handling the economy on behalf of those who made him an overnight millionaire. And that's where power lies, not with him, not with the ruling party. He is leading the biggest project of state capture we have ever seen in this country. We reject this budget vote with the contempt it deserves. Thank you, Chair.
Is the chairperson there?
The chair is muted.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed to Honorable Mahai.
Thank you, Chairperson. The budget vote is a reflection of what is required to finance the constitutional mandate of the presidency. We have in our engagements with the presidency in the National Council of Provinces have been able to receive the current reports on work that is being done to build a capable democratic developmental state. The designated targets inputs of this vote are to be found in infrastructure development, investment in the country, and more broadly, the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The budget votes provide financial support for 5 key areas, being better coordination and focus of the cluster work, support for integrated planning, promotion of competency, promotion of ethical governance, and support of the coordination of anti-corruption initiatives. As part of the ongoing constitutional imperative to transform our nation, the vote provides finances to enhance efficacy and effectiveness of service delivery by all spheres of government. Through the Presidential Coordinating Council, the presidency has successfully held consultative discussions with all spheres of government on various pertinent issues and also ensure that there is coherency in this regard. The Presidential Infrastructure Commission is another critical intervention which has been referred to in this debate under Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The Council has the responsibility of coordinating development, maintenance, implementation, and monitoring of the National Infrastructure Plan, which will be expediting the implementation of 50 infrastructure projects worth 340 billion in investment. The presidency, in executing its constitutional responsibility, is in galvanizing government and society behind, in galvanizing government and society behind the implementation of the electoral mandate through the coordination of critical interventions to support this work has demonstrated that funds allocated to the presidency will play a critical role. Chairperson, with all accumulated challenges, the president refused to pander to narrow sectarian politics in pursuit of his own glory. But the president took South Africans in confidence about the difficult challenges and exciting successes, together with all sectors of South African society. As Amika Cabral said, you never claim easy victories and told lies. We support the budget vote of the president under his leadership, President Cyril Ramaphosa. ANC support this budget. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to with the objection of the EFF, FF plus DA noted. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to vote 2, Parliament. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. Just to remind members, the maximum time allowed for this is 3 minutes. So it's 3 minutes declaration of vote. Honorable Protestant, Tim.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, my colleague, the Honourable Dalmain Christians, debated eloquently on this vote in the policy debate. I would, however, like to drive a few points home today. Parliament derives its primary mandate from Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, number 108 of 1996, which sets out the composition, powers and functions of Parliament. To this end, the institution strives to conduct its business in line with the following values: openness, responsiveness, accountability, teamwork, professionalism, and integrity. The proposal under vote today is to cut Parliament's budget by a whopping 187 million rand. The judiciary stands alongside Parliament as the primary guardian of the Constitution, but the justice budget is being slashed by an eye-watering 2 billion rand. Whilst these reductions differ vastly in scale, they point to a steady erosion of the ability of these protectors to do the democracy justice, to do their work to protect our democracy. Honourable Chairperson, Parliament is like a car, the vehicle of our democracy. You may consider not washing it for a period or not upgrading the sound system, but you certainly should always maintain the tyres, brakes and engine in tip-top condition. And you certainly would not throw out the steering wheel and replace it with a shifting spanner. All the suggestions above, of course, rest on the premise that the governing party actually wants Parliament to work. President Ramaphosa recently raised the ire of many South Africans by stating that some parliamentarians are struggling to make ends meet, despite earning hefty salaries. This may be true, but what really upsets South Africans is the perception that they are not getting value for money. But what really upsets South Africans is the perception that they are not getting value for money. When will we consider a model of true accountable representation to our constituencies? When will we demand that MPs spend time amongst the members of the communities? When will we require certain levels of personal oversight work to fight the good fight for the voters that put us here? When will we insist that parliamentary questions are a vital mechanism and decisively censure ministers when they arrogantly ignore them? And when will we lose patience with petitions taking over 18 months to reach a committee after being served on the chairperson's office? When we get these issues in order, when we take our work seriously and hold ourselves accountable, then South Africans will be satisfied that they're getting bang for their buck. My party, the Democratic Alliance, is more than ready for that acid test. We are a party of good value, a party that respects this institution and will fight for its role to protect the Constitution and all the people of our country. Do the right thing. Don't cut this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We'll now move on to Honourable M.I. Khai. Honourable Khai.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me, Honourable Chairperson, first also convey a word of condolences to Dr. Kaunda's family and the people of loving people of Zambia for the passing away of President KK Kaunda. With regard to the ANC support of this budget vote number 2, Parliament, We say to meet the needs of the people, both Parliament and its public representatives require the necessary relevant capacity and capability to respond to both our constitutional mandate and the demands of our people. The vote supports our oversight work and provides support for public representatives to legally interpret legislation. In the budget vote debate, a range of issues were raised, which the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management on Parliament needs to take forward between now and the MTBBS. As it was said in that debate, Parliament has got to give ongoing specialized training throughout the duration of a 5-year term, so that select committees are able to produce enhanced oversight, better quality outputs, and better quality outcomes. Here we refer to specialized service providers who could be contracted to work with committees on identified areas. In particular, our monitoring and evaluation tools need to be sharpened, and we look forward to further engagement in this area. Further capacitation of public representative is necessary, and this budget vote will need to address, in particular, specialization. Our oversight work and the challenges we face reinforce the need for Parliament to dedicate far more resources to outreach and constituency work. As a governing party, we know how important this is, and our constituency offices are often packed with communities needing support. Being rooted among the people means constituency offices become advice centers and platforms for which the concerns of a community in a ward are mapped out. These offices become the network point to access government programs and projects, and for the different spheres of government to intervene. It is one of the most important responsibilities we have as public representatives, but such offices are sustained with the meager resources. Outreach is Parliament's concern, and future parliamentary budget should begin to reflect the seriousness of this. Currently, what is being allocated is far too little given the responsibilities of public representative. Allow me again, Honorable Chairperson, to wish the former President Thabo Mbeki a happy birthday. The ANC support this vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to. The objections.
Chairperson.
The objections of the FF Plus, EFF, and DA are noted.
We had indicated that we are going to make a declaration on this vote, Chairperson.
Okay, now that you say so, but I did not receive the message. But now that you say so, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Having noted our objection, Chairperson, the Speaker of Parliament went to Zondo Commission and tried to act wholly there, acknowledging that Parliament had failed to exercise its oversight control over the executive during the destructive Zuma years. She distanced herself from all of you. If ever there was to be an example of crocodile tears, then the concern that the Speaker pretended to have at the Zondo Commission over Parliament's failure to hold the executive to account must be the most suitable example. But the National Assembly and the NCOP, both the National Assembly and the NCOP are used to rubber stamp decisions of the ruling party. You use this house to shield each other and prevent each other from ever accounting for the various sins you are committing in the country. You do this, Chairperson, while at the same time drastically reducing the capacity of Parliament to perform its functions. The capacity of the legal services has been dramatically reduced, making it impossible for members to initiate legislations. Bills are not processed in the fast and thorough manner, And for those that pass both these houses, we have no mechanism to ensure that the president signs these bills in a quick manner as possible. Our lawmaking functions are as well as our oversight functions has been compromised, Chairperson, at the latter of internal factions of your party, the African National Congress. This has rendered Parliament toothless and useless as far as running this country is concerned. We therefore reject this budget vote with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to, and can we get the confirmation of parties wishing to raise objections? I have a list in front of me. I don't want to lead you. Can you please indicate? Let's start with FF Plus.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Yes, please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much. Honorable Professor.
Sorry, Chair, that was a mistake.
Okay, Ryder.
Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to vote 3, cooperative governance. I've been informed again that the following parties like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. We'll start with the EFF. Honorable Zandamela.
Nenkatha sihlalo. Ifisa ukukhuluma.
Let's start with the EFF, Honorable Zandamela.
Thanks, Chairperson. The EFF object this vote. For more than 2 decades, the intervention by the provincial governments in municipalities have not worked. The overall intervention system in local government needs overhaul. Local government has collapsed. Only 8% of municipalities are functional, and they are all district municipalities where there's no actual service delivery operations. The reality, Chairperson, is that we do not have local government. That sphere of government has completely collapsed, and it is one sphere of government that was supposed to work, because when our people talk about government, they are talking about local government. When our people want water, electricity, sanitation, and infrastructure, they want it from the municipalities that are at yes. Am I audible? That cannot raise their own revenue. It means that the equitable share and conditional grants that municipalities receive through the division of revenue is the main source of economic activities in the municipalities. Hence, we see infighting amongst councillors and municipal officials over tenders and positions. This is how the ruling party has been able to maintain apartheid spatial planning, because even municipalities such as metros, who are able to raise revenue, they prioritize mostly affluent areas and white residents, while our people in informal settlements and townships continue to live in apartheid structured settlements. We that municipalities have descended deeper and deeper into the state of chaos, and if we do not change the division of revenue bill, our municipalities will never be financially sound. Instead, we will continue to see hopeless disillusionment and frustration marked by service delivery protests, violent crimes, and corruption. Instead of solving problems of poverty, eliminate inequality, and reshape our society, our municipalities do not have capacity, and everything is outsourced through tenders. In 2019 general elections, suggests that 60% of revenue reflected on the books of municipalities will never be paid. 8% of the 257 municipalities received clean audits, and they are district municipalities. Irregular expenditure totaling to 32 billion that was incurred by the local municipalities. The ANC has failed to take firm political decisions to impose strict financial controls, quality management, and good governance. On the 27th of October, the EFF will govern in municipalities and usher in government that will benefit our people, especially the previously disadvantaged. The EFF will expose corruption, maladministration, and maladministration. It is only the EFF that has reliable and practical in planning for jobs, land, and capable municipalities. The EFF rejects this budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngwezi.
Ngiyathokoza kakhulu Nyambose sihlalo NCOP. Ngibingelela kubahlonishwa bonke colleagues. We send our condolences to the Kaunda family on the passing of a stalwart of freedom of Zambia, and also for the people of South Africa. We know that he is the one who actually advised the Prince of KwaPhindangene to form a membership-based organization. And this existence of Inkatha actually came from him, and Honorable Tambo and many then took over the establishment of Inkatha nomntwana waPhindangene. Sidabuke kakhulu ngokudlula kwakhe. Mhlalo nomhlangano wonke kuyaphuthuma ukuba kulelizwe kwakhiwe isisekelo esiqinile sohulumeni basekhaya, ngoba intuthuko yonke yenzeka endaweni ezisemakhaya, kodwa kuyashaqisa ukuthi isabelo mali sinikezwa omasipala sincane kakhulu masiqhathaniswa neminyango namasifears amanye kagovernment ophezulu. So we are calling for the increment of the budget that is given to municipalities. And second to that, sicela ukuba kulungiswe udaba lwerole yamakhosi kulohulumeni wentando yeningi, ngoba udaba lwerole yamakhosi luchazwe njengolayini abambalwa kabi kumthethosisekelo wezwe. It can't be that amakhosi abizelwa komasipala ukuthi ayohlala nje alalela amakhansela ethatha inqumo ngabantu babahlala endaweni zamakhosi. Wona amakhosi angabi nazwi makuthathwa lezo inqumo. So siyakuphuthuma kulungise lokho ngokusheshsha. Okugcina okunye sicela ukuthi kusheshe kulungiswe ukuthi iningi Nyambose imali elahleka komasipala nakuhulumeni ngenxa yemibango ye-intervention under section 139A, B or C. Kubangwa because udaba lokwenziwa kwama-interventions indawo eziningi luyapoliticizwa Nyambose, bese kude kulokhu kuliwa ama-battles ofanele ngabe leyo mali iya straight to i-service delivery. So ke sithi kakusheshe kulungise lezo zinto Nyambose. Ngalokho ke noma ke sideclare kodwa ke cha siyayisupporta in the interest of our people Nyambose i-budget vote lesikuyona ka local government ka corporate government and traditional affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dutoit, FF Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, die huidige stand van munisipaliteite is duidelik toonaangewend van die sogenaamde sukses van die regering, as ook die regering se onvermoë om die belange van die burgers bo die van 'n politieke party te plaas. The ANC is the chief architect of the demise of South Africa. The inability to act and govern responsibly and unwillingness of the executive to hold cadres accountable has tarnished the responsive and once responsible relationship between the political structure and the constituents. There are currently 278 municipalities in South Africa, and most of these municipalities are not financially sustainable. According to the Financial Mail, the sector's aggregate cash shortfall is now a staggering 50.7 billion rand, up from the 32 billion in 2019, and can be found municipalities will face collapse. Government's efforts to bring stability in municipalities through implementation of Section 139 interventions have proved to be unsuccessful and seldom succeeding in turning municipalities around, are only deployed and redeployed without performance agreements. Munisipale infrastruktuur is vervalle en min tot geen instandhouding in die afgelope 27 jaar plaasgevind nie. No amount of money will be sufficient to save municipalities if the rot of corruption and maladministration is not removed. Omkeerstrategie sal slegs werk as korrupte ANC-ontplooide kaders en hul medepligtige helpers vervolg en uit munisipaliteite en provinsiale en nasionale strukture verwyder is. Suid-Afrika bloei en die ANC het dit veroorsaak. Die VF+ ondersteun nie hierdie begroting nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much. The next is the ANC, Honorable Dodov.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC's vision for local government is located in our theory of a developmental state. A state that directs market and non-market forces towards socio-economic transformation in order to address the needs of our people, to qualitatively change their hopes and aspirations for a better life. Our people look to local government with the hope of improving their conditions and provide them with the basic services that they elected the governing party, the ANC, in many municipalities to deliver on their own aspirations. Local government is arguably one of the most important spheres of government that is responsible in terms of the work of the NCOP to ensure that the NCOP performs its oversight responsibilities. Our September 2020 Local Government Week provided us with the opportunity to frankly debate the challenges that our municipalities are facing. We have been frank and honest about these challenges, and we raise our anticipation that through our oversight function, these particular challenges will be addressed. The danger of any declaration by parties of such a budget vote of local government, as important as it is, minimizes what has been achieved, whilst others are only doing it in order to demonstrate their brinkmanship. The vote provide for finances that are stable, that are capable to ensure that municipalities address the developmental objectives of our society. This vote, Honorable Chair, provides for the ongoing strategies for local economic development. As part of the development plans of our municipality across the districts, we have greater and better alignment through the DDM to ensure that we achieve the predetermined objectives. Audits on the current capacity of local economic development units in municipalities, also supported by the Vote 32, in terms of the district priorities, will ensure that at the end of the day, we don't only establish the district development models, but we achieve the objectives. It is in that sense that, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC fully support this budget vote of cooperative governance to enable the minister and the department to implement their plans. On that note, I want to once more, Honorable Chairperson,
Thank you very much.
Tabo Becky and many returns. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. This vote is therefore agreed to.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
My hand was up.
Professor?
Yes, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, we have an objection, and we will call for a division.
The calls for a division. Can you find out first whether there are 4 delegates who
I'm glad to say it.
There's team, yeah.
Isaac Silek.
Who else? There's Silike.
Silek.
There's Bears.
Mlindi Nana.
There's Nana. Okay. There's 4. Having done so, I will now allow 15 seconds to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join in the house. Or maybe the first one should be 3 minutes here, but allow for 3 minutes. 3 minutes allowance for those outside the platform to join in. 1 minute gone. After 15 seconds. Two minutes gone. Three minutes gone. We'll now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. So delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands, and please keep your hands high. Let's start with those who want to vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushudi.
Yes, agreed.
Honorable Mushudi's hand is noted.
Honorable Njadu.
Honorable Njadu's hand is noted.
Chair, I don't know what is happening with me, so take my vote, please, the Deputy Chair.
member's hand should be noted.
Honorable Dube.
Honorable Dubengube's hand should also be noted.
I succeeded, Chairperson, so I voted on the system there.
Okay, oh, that's fine.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm not sure whether my hand is recognized.
It is.
Honorable Ngube's hand from Gauteng should be noted. Okay, I'm sure the counting is done, and the table should lower the hands. We'll ask the table to lower the hands. Thank you very much. We will then call upon delegates who wish to vote against. Please raise your hands and please keep them there. And anybody outside the system should indicate.
Uthe esikabhele simnyama sodwa nje sanje.
Uyoya leyo.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the hands have now been counted, and the table can lower the hands. Thank you very much. And lastly, those who want to vote and indicate abstention. Those who are abstaining, please raise your hands. None. The voting is now closed. We await the results.
Singaphezulu.
We await the results, Honorable Khai.
Order, high, order, high, order.
I said that.
Sileku unochu.
Thank you very much. The results are as follows. In favor is 30. Against is 18. And abstain is 0. So the vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. We proceed to vote for government communication and information system. I've also been informed that the following parties would like them to make the traditional votes in terms of Rule 63, and the parties that have so indicated the EFF and the ANC. So we'll start with EFF, Honorable
Arnold. Chairperson, I will be taking the vote on behalf of the declaration on behalf of Honorable Arnold.
Please proceed.
Chairperson, we want to state it categorically. We want to state it categorically clear that we do not support this budget vote. Chairperson, as an organization, the EFF, we believe that a government which deprives its people of information is a very dodgy an incapable government. Under the scandalous department, we have witnessed the closure of community radio stations throughout South Africa. The only means to communicate to rural communities has been taken away from them. Chairperson, dodgy tenders awarded to those close to the Minister of Communication and to the ANC is just but one example of why we cannot support such dodgy budget vote. We do object to this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable ANC, Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members. Frantz Fanon's famous quote, that open quote, each generation must out of relative obscurity discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it, has inspired countless generations of young leaders. And Chairperson, in this youth months, we must acknowledge the many challenges faced by young people of South Africa and their role in the recovery of our economy. Information and education around economic development and job creation opportunities are essential in ensuring that energies of young South Africans are mobilized behind this program. For instance, the Presidency released its fourth progress report on implementation of presidential employment stimulus last month. This report showed that by end of March 2021, Chairperson, over 520,000 people had directly benefited from the stimulus, including 423,000 jobs created and retained and 110,000 livelihoods supported. The ANC commends the GCIS for keeping the engagements going with youth even under the conditions of the pandemic. It is young people that have got a dynamic role in assisting elderly and people in communities to register to get vaccinated. Honorable Chairperson, we must also welcome 111 million of the MDDA budget over the medium term that is earmarked for grant funding and distributed to 60 community broadcast projects. The additional 6 million, which will be set aside to assist 18 community and small commercial media projects, is also critical in providing assistance to small players in the sector and ensuring that media diversity is promoted. It is only those who are in denial, such as the EFF, who are blind to the good work done by GCIS. Their rejectionist attitude blinds them from seeing the performance of the department, which has consistently obtained clean audit outcomes over the years. The ANC supports the budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Having gone through that process, the vote is agreed to, and let's note the objections. And I will not call the name of parties, but please indicate your objection. The first one is Detroit, FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much. Any other objection? The EF of objection has already been indicated and it's noted. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next vote, which is vote 5, Home Affairs. I've been also been informed that the IFP, FF, and ANC would like to make declarations that this is in terms of Rule 63 and maximum amount of time allowed for this is 3 minutes. Let's start with the IFP, Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Ngwezi, on vote 5. Honorable Ngwezi is not there. Let's move on to Honorable S. Zandamela. EFF. Honorable Zandamela. No. The ANC, Honorable Inkosi. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. For the sake of time, we will not make a declaration. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Okay. The vote is therefore agreed to.
Chairperson, Chair.
Yes.
Even though we did not declare but note the objection of the economic freedom fighters.
Yes, that's where we are now with EFF's objection is noted. Any other?
Chairperson.
The Freedom Front Plus objects, Chair.
Freedom Front, FF Plus object.
Chairperson.
Any other?
The Democratic Alliance objects, please.
Democratic Alliance object.
Raise your hand, Nkosi.
Honorable Nkosi.
Yeah, Chairperson, even though we don't do a declaration, but would like to say as the ANC, we fully support this budget vote 5. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. The vote as we've indicated is agreed to and the objections have been noted. We move on to vote 6, international relations and cooperation. This vote is agreed to with the objections from certain political parties. Please indicate your objection. Let's start with Dwight.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Freedom Front Plus objects. Then Milakis.
Michalakis, Chair, the DA objects.
Michalakis, yes. Michalakis, you object as well. Objection noted. Any other?
Chairperson,
no,
note
objection.
the objection of the
Chairperson. Sorry, EFF objection is noted as well.
Thank you.
Let's move to vote 7. National School of Government. This vote is agreed to, but let's look at the objections now. Let's start with FF Plus.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Freedom Plus objects. Any other objection?
The Democratic
No, the
Alliance
objection of
objects,
the
Chair.
EFF.
DA objects, EFF object. So the vote is agreed to with the objection from the DA, EFF and FF Plus noted.
Chairperson, the DA
Yes.
calls for a division. Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
Oh, okay. So there's the DA calling for objections. And it's indeed their right to do so.
Objection is objection, Chair. Take note. Objection is objections. Take note. Let's proceed. It's not a decision, it's an objection.
Chairperson, point of order. Point of order, Chairperson. I've called for a division.
Let's find out if the day of call for a division is supported by 4 delegates.
Yes. Supports.
There's Ocam,
Sileku.
there's Ryder,
Bosso.
there's Boshoff,
Yes, Sileku.
Sileku is the last one.
Ngos.
Thank you very much. There we are. We're not going to allow for 15 seconds of for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. 15 seconds.
Chairperson, according to our records, there's no member who's waiting in the waiting room. No,
thank you very much. That's useful. That's useful. Please keep us in the loop there. So that we then move on. Thank you very much. 15 seconds over. Anyway, let's move on then to and proceed to voting on the question. The question is that the vote be agreed to. Those members who want to vote in favor should please raise their hands and keep them there.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi's hand should be noted.
Honorable
Njado,
Dube.
vote in favor.
Honorable Njadu's name should be noted.
Honorable Dube.
Honorable
Honorable Dube's hand should be noted.
Honorable Malema.
Honorable P. Malima. Malima's hand should be noted.
Chair.
Honorable Enoch Mtetwa. Enoch Mtetwa's name is noted. Abakula Mtetwa. Any other? No, none. I'm sure those who are counting have now finished.
I've managed lastly. My hand is up.
Finally. Okay. That's fine. Accordingly noted. We'll ask the hands to be lowered from the table. Can the table please lower the hands?
Zihlezi izandla.
Thanks, that's done. Let's now go to those who want to vote against. Against, please raise your hand. And those outside the system can indicate.
Sibaninzi nathi ngqonde.
Singaphezulu.
Isininzi.
The hands.
NCOP.
Nibanike indawo nimsileku.
Isininzi siqala kuthu.
Suka.
I guess those who are counting are now through. So we'll ask the hands to be lowered.
Anusiye emasimini wena Nkosi.
So the hands can now can be lowered. Ngwezi, are you talking?
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry to disturb you. Please assist me, Chair.
The counting is done. Please lower the hands.
Which vote is this one?
This is vote 7.
Vote
7.
Vote 7.
Oh. Hey.
Please lower the hands. I'm requesting the table to please lower the hands. I'm sure we have done counting by now. Thank you very much. Let's go to the last count of votes. Those who wish to vote to abstain. Abstentions? Those abstaining? Doesn't seem like there's any. We're now closing the voting. We'll now be looking at we're now looking at the results. Let's see. Um, 31, these are the results. 31 for in favor, against 17 abstentions, 0. The vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to vote 8. National Treasury. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make the traditional vote in terms of Rule 63, and those parties are DA, EFF, and the ANC. We'll start with the Honorable Ryder. DA, Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, it was in this very House several weeks ago that I asked the Minister to explain key components of this appropriation to the National Treasury. He said that while he did not want to sound like the Minister of Police, he honestly did not know. Our Minister of Finance, responsible for Treasury, vote 8, the vote under which the State Security Agency derives its funding, could not explain why the SSA was receiving more money. Could only say that the President had told him to do it. Is this accountability? Colleagues, does it fill you with sufficient confidence to approve the appropriation of this money? More money than last year, in spite of the general need to reduce spending. More money than last year, in spite of the woeful track record and clear evidence of abuse of this appropriation to the SSA in the past. We are members of Parliament. We are here to exercise oversight over the executive and the spending of the money that is supposed to benefit South Africans. And yet the response we get from our minister is, I did it because the President said so. So where is the oversight? If you support this vote, members, as members of Parliament, as public representatives, you are not doing your job. The Democratic Alliance rejects this vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. EFF, Honorable MS Muletsani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the National Treasury has brought serious concern about the effects of the reductions in funds. It is unfortunate that at this time, when many people are desperate for jobs and training opportunities, a lot of infrastructure that needs maintenance and repair, the most people who will suffer most are the poor and the vulnerable. In particular, those in rural communities. This budget reductions is going to make matters worse. The National Treasury decreased the allocation, which will affect many departments. The budget cuts in South African Police Service and the South African Defence Force remains a serious concern, given the high crime statistics. These cuts will worsen the police population ratio to above 1:400 against a norm of 1:220. Also, it will lead to limited recruitment and increased case backlog. The National Treasury is failing to ensure that any budget leaks, such as irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditures are eliminated. It also fails to make sure that wherever there is wrongdoing by the individual, consequence management is implemented with immediate effect. Therefore, the EFF reject this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next is the ANC, Honorable Eunice Karim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, we've raised this before. People seem to conflate when they engage in this debate the overall appropriations report with budget vote 8. We're looking specifically at budget vote 8, which is a budget allocated specifically to National Treasury specifically. So we should really be talking about National Treasury's performance over the last year and how much money it's been allocated and to what extent that's justified. Now, we are hearing from Mr. Ryder about the SSA. Now, all over the world, well, most countries, even in most established open democracies, the allocations to the security agencies, whatever they might be called, are done in a particular way that must take into account national and global security. And our allocation of our government, National Treasury in particular, to SSA, presumably meets the requirements of the legislation and the Constitution. Otherwise, of course, the DA and other parties will run to the courts and ultimately the Constitutional Court. So whatever it is that's been done, I can't remember what the minister said. Maybe he wasn't adequate in his reply, but whatever he's done, he does it on behalf of government as a whole, and he does it in terms of the law and the Constitution. So there's nothing he's done that's irregular. It's a matter that we refer about policy on. I agree we must have oversight over the state security agencies, and there's a law that defines that. It's not the purview of our committee. The National Treasury just oversees the budget. On the EFF, again, they're focusing on the police budget, and there's yet a vote on that, and that should be left to that committee when it actually deals with that budget. Now he talks about irregular expenditure, fruitless expenditure, and so on, and National Treasury is not doing anything about it. Where's the evidence for that? I hear nothing. It's a glib thing. He can say that today, he can say it 6 months from now, and then another a year from now. So every MTPPS, every national budget, when we come to appropriations, you can repeat that. Where, Mr. Moletsani, is the evidence? Then you go on to say other things about consequence management. Yes, we all agree across political parties, obviously, there has to be consequence management.
What are you saying?
Calling for it. But what is it that you are offering as evidence that there's no consequence management in National Treasury? Can you cite a few examples of National Treasury officials who have been errant, who've done something wrong, and the minister and DG have failed to act? We're dealing with budget vote 8. That's what you should really raise. So it's a glib statement that one can make forever and carries no value until the evidence comes before it. That's a National Treasury official that has acted wrongly, and the minister and DG have failed to take action against them. Then the entire committee, not least the ANC, will agree that the minister and DG must account. Bring the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to with the noted objections. Let's see, first from Ryder, then the Dwight. Let's start with the FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
Noted. Ryder.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance, and we'd also like to call for a division, please.
Division. There we go. Let's find out first on the question of the division, whether there are 4 others, other delegates who are supporting this.
Countersaid support.
This team, yeah, Honorable Team, yes.
Mlindi Nana.
There's Nana. There's Leku. Any other?
Smith.
Bears. The CF Bears. Okay. There we have our 4. Let's check if there's anyone outside the system. 15 seconds allowance.
None according to our records, Chair.
15, nothing. Thank you very much. So that's it. We'll now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Let's find out those who want to vote in favor. Please raise your hands.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Mushodi's name should be included. Vote should be included.
Honorable P. Malema voting in favor. Thank you.
Honorable P. Malema, vote in favor.
Yes, Honorable Malema to vote in
It's
favor.
not our commander-in-chief. Not our commander-in-chief. It must be noted.
Jadu's vote is noted.
Honorable Nube.
Honorable Nube from Gauteng, whose hand is noted.
Honorable Dube Nube. President.
Nube is noted. Any other hand outside the system that needs to be noted?
Chairperson Mkiva.
Mkiva's name should be noted. Mkiva's name is
Honorable
noted.
Chair, Digamela from Gauteng, vote in favor.
Honorable Digamela from Gauteng's vote is noted. Thank you very much. The counting is in progress. I'm sure they are done by now. And if so, we'll ask them to lower their hands. The hands are lowered. Let's find out if there are those who want to vote against. Those who want to vote against, please raise your hands. Counting in progress.
Amazing how the opposition will
Ask
know how
that
to
those
use
hands be lowered if the counting is done. Hands have been lowered. Can we find out if there are those who want to abstain? Any abstentions? It doesn't seem like there are any. Oh, there's one. Oh, it's gone. Any abstentions? Yeah. Any abstentions? None. Now, the tallying of the votes is in progress. Now await the results.
The results are as follows, Chairperson.
Yes.
32 in favor, 19 against, and 0 abstentions.
32 in favor, 19 against, 0 abstentions. So those are the results. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to vote 9. Vote 9, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. I've been informed that the following parties would like to make the declarations. That's the EFF and the ANC. Declaration of vote is done in terms of Rule 63, and maximum time allowed for declaration is 3 minutes. So we'll start with the Honorable Apleni from the EFF. Honorable Apleni.
Chairperson, as the EFF will object without doing a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The EFF has said its say on this matter. Honorable Ntube, so Honorable Ntube from the ANC.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Chief Whip. We are not surprised that the EFF cannot say nothing.
What are you
thank you very much,
Ntube?
Honorable.
Say whatever you want to say and leave the EFF alone.
Chairperson, planning, monitoring, and evaluation is essential to ensure that government
Ntube,
programs.
don't start a fight. Don't start a fight, Ntube.
Honorable members, although a bit of heckling and voicing your opinion and so on may be allowed, but you can't drown the speaker. Surely the speaker has the right to be heard in the same way that you get the opportunity when your time comes. Please
Thank you very much,
proceed.
Honorable Chairperson of the Council. Planning, monitoring, and evaluation is essential to ensure that government programs and policy is effectively implemented through the facilitation of the implementation of the National Development Plan. There is a need for government to assess its progress and ensure that departments are aligned to their strategic and annual performance plans. Monitoring and evaluation is crucial to assess the effectiveness of government in all spheres of government, particularly local government, provided the state of our municipalities. Greater attention by the department must be assessed to provide for better planning and coordination, coherence, particularly at local government. We must improve the alignment of budget cycles, especially local government. Improving how government interacts with the people is one of the objectives of the ANC. The presidential hotline is a platform where members of the public can utilize to lodge a complaint or a query, and we hope that the department will attend to all queries and complaints lodged by the members of the public. This is what a responsive government does, and implementing that values of Batupili.
Please proceed in Ntube. Please proceed. You are not at the moment audible.
Am I audible, Chair?
And speak to the mic.
Understanding the shortfall. Oh, thank you very much. Understanding the shortfall caused by COVID-19, the budget allocation of the department will ensure the proper implementation of all SONA priorities and monitoring and evaluate their progress. Ensuring a competent public service requires constant and proper monitoring and evaluation, allows for a proper implementation of government programs and objectives. However, the department still needs to pay much intended attention to the special planning and development. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC move in support of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to with the objections from the following political parties. Let's see. Detroit.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Freedom Front Plus objects. Any other objection?
Chairperson, the EFF
Yes.
objects. The EFF
objects, and the objection is noted. Any other? None. The vote is therefore agreed to with the objections as indicated. The next vote is vote 10. I therefore put vote 10. Vote 10 is public enterprises. I've been informed that the following political parties would like to make declarations: EFF, FF+, TA, and the ANC. Declarations are made in terms of Rule 63. Maximum time allowed for this is 3 minutes. Let's start with the FF+. Honorable De Tooit.
Agbare voorsitter, the SIA, the so-called phoenix that's supposed to rise from the ashes and take flight like an eagle, soaring on the vortex of taxpayers' money, conveniently self-diagnosed dementia, government suddenly forgetting about the billions of rands wasted, splurged on an ideology. The department has failed dismally in its own mission. The mission of the department is to provide clear strategic direction and oversight to the department's SOCs, seeking to ensure that the SOCs are financially sustainable, adequately funded, and operationally robust, have operating models that keep in pace with global development and innovation, provide reliable, high-quality, and cost-effective services and infrastructure to the industry of our citizens, secure investment and funding for strategic industrial development, and align with national developmental objectives. It failed in all of these. Die ANC het met wetgewing regstellende aksie veroorsaak dat kundiges hierdie entiteite verlaat het en het weer met wetgewing swart ekonomiese bemagtiging verhoed dat die aanstellings op die basis van kundigheid en meriete plaasvind. Correctional recently had an unaudited loss of 1.8 billion in the 2019-2020 compared to a loss of 1.7 billion in 2018-2019 financial years. Now, this was mainly driven by poor program management and liquidity challenges that constrained operations and affected sales. Eskom has, over the 3 financial years, slurped up 136.7 billion rand. This is for assistance with only debt service costs and not operational costs, not even talking about the cost to the economy, all South Africans' economical position as a result of Eskom's failures. The Freedom Front Plus wants government to privatize these state-owned entities and stop carry deployment, BEE, and affirmative action. Privatized companies like Sasol contributes to job creation and the economy of South Africa. Skaf regstellende aksie en swart ekonomiese bemagtiging af, sodat aanstellings op 'n gelyke basis kan plaasvind en kundigheid die katalisator van groei kan wees. Ons ondersteun hierdie begroting, die voorsitter.
Thank you very much. EFF, Honorable Arnold.
Chairperson, I will be doing the declaration on his behalf.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Please note the objection of the EFF towards this budget vote. Chairperson, when President Ramaphosa and Minister Pravin are done with whatever is it that they are busy with, South Africa will be left with no public enterprise of any strategic significance. What is happening today is the biggest form of scam, Chairperson, the biggest form of state capture we have ever seen. State companies are being auctioned to the next to nothing for the benefit of people who finance the presidential aspiration of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. We need to know the details of the sale of SAA to a company owned by ANC politicians. Where there are others, where there are other bidders, Chairperson, that's what we need to know. Was the criteria followed, Chairperson? No, that's for sure. And what is it that Mr. Jamnandas is actually benefiting out of the sale? Why is there such an appetite, a very huge appetite to privatize state-owned companies in South Africa? What implication will it be opening up of a space for publicly funded but privately owned independent power producers have on the ability on ESCOM to produce and distribute electricity to the most marginalized. Why is this department moving us towards a two-tier electricity regime where we have one for the poor and one for the rich, which will Mr. Jamnandas, ESCOM does not need competition. It needs to be fixed. And you have been doing your damn best to ensure that ESCOM is destroyed. We reject this budget vote with the contempt it deserves. And we also reject Mr. Jamnandas here. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from the DA, Honorable Nana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, a week or so ago, this House debated the very same budget vote of public enterprises. More often than not, opposition parties are falsely accused of bashing and opposing for the sake of doing so, without really providing sensible solutions. Well, in the budget vote debate, the DA presented sensible solutions to the difficulties facing our SOEs. Not surprising though, our proposed solutions fell on deaf ears because they are not what the governing party wants to hear. Deputy Minister Maswale, in his closing remarks during the debate, said that what has failed in other countries does not mean it will fail in our country. I fully agree with the Deputy Minister. However, the socialist model of running our SOEs has already failed in our country, and it continues to fail. So his defense was really a moot point or was baseless. Remember, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing all over again, hoping for a different result. The DA, Honorable Chairperson, in good conscience, cannot support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker comes from the ANC, Honorable T.B. Matibe. Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just for a start, we are not debating individuals, we are debating the budget vote. Thank you very much. The ANC supports the budget vote 10 on public enterprise. SOE operates in strategic sector of the economy and makes an important contribution to job creation. Over the past number of years, the SOE were negatively affected through state capture and corruption, and the department has systematically dealt with this issue and is dealing with the issue now. The new boards and management are working with law enforcement agencies to ensure that consequence management and legal action is taken against those involved. Financial recoveries have occurred, as in the case of Medupi, which are substantive. SOE also make important contribution to the local economy and job creation in provinces in which differently they are operated. ESCOM is currently the sole supplier of electricity in the country and must be restructured in terms of the roadmap into generation, transmission, and distribution to ensure expansion of the sector. Transnet plans to expand the Durban ports and other major ports to heighten imports and export activity into the country. The movement of freight and goods from road to rail will also enhance Transnet Rail. SAA is going to be relaunched shortly and play an important role in reviving the economic activity in tourism industry to the benefit of many provinces. SAFCOL, Chairperson, has much potential for entering downstream industrialization upon securing its upstream wood resources. Much work needs to occur to restore Denel to financial and operational sustainability, as it too has an important role to play. The department has its work cut out for it, the programs of the Department for the Renewal and Restoration of SOE must be supported, as this aims to positively contribute to economic reconstruction and recovery. The opposition merely focuses on corruption on SOE, which is being dealt with, and is not capable of commenting on the role and function of the SOE to enhance economic growth and development, as well as job creation. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, Renessa African National Congress, Rikotikeza Omgaganya Gwama, wa budget vote 10. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The vote is therefore agreed to with objections from the following political parties. Can we have that please indicated?
The EFF objects.
EFF objects. Thank you very much.
Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus, Chair.
Objection of the Freedom Front Plus noted.
Chairperson, the DA objects and would like to call for a division.
The DA objects and would like to call for a division. So there we go. 15 seconds. Just to ensure that everybody's in the system. And Advocate Pindela, Secretary of the NCOP, can indicate if they are aware of any such developments.
None according to our records, Chair.
No, not according to the records. Let's please keep to that arrangement so that at least we know in advance. 15 seconds in any way having expired, we'll now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. So we'll start with those who want to vote in favor and ask them to please indicate their vote. Those who are voting in favor and those outside the system can also indicate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi's vote should be noted.
Honorable Mube.
Mube from Gauteng's vote should be noted.
Honorable Dube Ngube, KZN.
Honorable Dube Ngube from KwaZulu Natal, vote should be noted.
Honorable Paul Malema from Gauteng, vote in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Double mute, please. Double mute, please.
Any other vote that may have to be noted?
Honorable Jado.
Honorable Jado's vote should be noted. Any other? None. Thank you very much. Counting is in progress. Yeah, I'm sure those who are counting are almost all done. Those who are counting are almost over with the work.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Yes, Brenda.
I don't know where you are because my network just cut me off now. I couldn't hear whether you are in against or in
But
favor.
now of those who are voting in favor.
Okay.
You are free to vote in favor.
Yes, I'm sure the counting is done now.
Chair.
And I'm sure the table can lower the hands.
Chair,
Yes, Ngwezi.
I'm not sure whether my hand was able to be counted.
Yes, we're just counting those hands that were voting in favor. We are now moving to hands who are voting against. Those voting against. Those who wish to vote against, please vote. And those outside the system can indicate. I'm sure those who are counting are almost done. We'll ask the table to lower the hands so that we can proceed to the next voting. Thank you very much. Those wishing to vote, indicating that they are abstaining, the abstentions. Abstentions, it seems, is now. The voting is now done. We await the results.
Chairperson, shouldn't you have a special category for experiments of not sure?
That's abstention is that. Tango. Okay. So sorry. The results are as follows: 30 voting in favor, 18 voting against, 18 abstentions, 0. The vote is therefore agreed to. We'll move to the next vote, which is vote 11, Public Service and Administration. The vote is agreed to.
Chairperson,
I guess what we need to do is to move on to finding out about objections. Yes.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Yes,
Thank you, Chairperson. The DA objects and calls for a division. Thank you.
DA objects and calls for division. So there
Chair,
we are.
please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus as well.
Now we're voting. Okay.
No,
Why
the
don't we then go
objection,
on to
objection of the EFF on record.
15 minutes? Yes. No, that's also noted from the EFF.
No, the support of the mighty African National Congress.
Oh, yes. But maybe what we should do before we go on to voting is to find out if there are 4 other delegates who support the call for the division.
There's none, Chair.
There's who?
Michalakis supports, Chair.
Michalakis,
Baha support.
there's Baha,
Silebu, Chair.
there's Silebu,
Yes.
last one.
Sir support.
There's Ryder. Thank you very much. That makes it the 4. 15 minutes just to check, and the Secretary of the NCOP can indicate
I
if
think
there are
15 seconds.
15 minutes, Honourable Chair.
Yeah.
I hope you
15
put 15 seconds and not 15 minutes.
None, Chairperson.
Yeah, boy.
None.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. 15 seconds is done. We'll now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. Yes. Can we move on to voting? Those in favor, please indicate your vote.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Honorable Mushodi's vote should be noted.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Paul Malema from Gauteng, vote in favor. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Paul Malema is voting in favor. The vote should be noted. Honorable
Jadu.
Yes.
Honorable Tubengube.
Honorable Tubengube's vote should be noted.
Honorable Dodovu, Chair, I battle.
Honorable Dodovu is in trouble as well, so
I'm voting in favor for all the votes, please.
No, we can't do that. One vote at a time. And the vote is noted only at a specific period of time.
Okay, no, it's okay, Chair.
That's how they do it in Northwest, Chair.
Sorry?
They do a lot of things wrong in the Northwest.
Those voting in favor, please indicate outside the system.
Chairperson, because of network, I was cut out. What vote are we on now?
Yeah, we're on vote 11. Those who are voting in favor. Okay.
Vote 11 and
counting is in
what?
progress.
Public service, Gwezi.
Okay.
Yeah, Lucas was really assisting
I'm in
Gwezi there,
support
otherwise
of
we're in
that.
trouble.
Hey, don't invite Anak.
Okay. There we are. We'll ask the table to lower the hands so that we can move to the next vote. The next voting on vote 11. Please lower the hands. And let's then move on to those who want to vote against. Those who want to vote against. Those who want to vote against. Counting in progress. Counting in progress.
One by one.
Please lower your hands. The hands. Asking the table to please lower the hands. I'm sure we are done with counting. Right. Now we'll go to those delegates who wish to abstain. Those abstaining, please raise your hands. The results are as follows. Those who are voting in favor, 34. Those voting against, 18, and abstentions 0. The vote is therefore agreed to. Thank you very much. We move to the next vote, which is vote 12. So I now put vote 12, Public Service Commission. The vote is agreed to. Can the objections please be indicated?
Honourable Chairperson, Tim Bradeset.
Right, yeah.
Honourable Chairperson, the DA objects and calls for a division. Thank you.
DA objects.
Chairperson, the
EFF
EFF
is team, yeah.
The
I see the hand of the trade is up.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
Noted. Yeah. The EFF. Honourable Mkause.
We are objecting, Chairperson.
Mkause, okay. Thank you very much. So nobody's calling for a division.
Chairperson, Chairperson, I did say that I object, that the DA objects and calls for a division, and I seek for support.
So there's team. Can you get the 4 other delegates indicating support?
There's none. Smith.
There's Smith.
Nana.
There's Bears. There's
Nana.
Fisher.
We have the 4. Yeah. No, thank you very much.
Chairperson, point of order.
Yeah.
Could you please ask Honourable Mtetwa from my home province, my home friend, to stop interfering with DA business? Thank you.
You guys can go to somewhere in Newcastle.
Make a stick fight. You can do stick fighting. Yes, KwaZulu Natal. Do a stick fight.
Thank you very much. The 15 minutes, 15 seconds is over. We'll now move over to...
For the record, Chairperson, 15 seconds. 15 seconds for the record.
Okay. Now let's move on then to voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed. Those who want to vote, delegates who wish to vote in favor, please raise your hands.
All of us.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Noted.
Honourable Dubengube.
Noted.
Othandekayo. Cha inkatha ivota in favor lapho.
Honourable Mnuwe.
Honourable Paul Malema, vote in favor.
Noted, Comrade Malema.
Senibalile inkatha.
Hey, it must be clear that this is P. Malema. Always.
Yeah, he's the commander in chief.
Malema is his surname.
Yes.
Njadu.
Is the chairperson back?
My friend, ubuile ne kutlwa botlhoko ka wena se o bua ka di.
You are there, Deputy Chair.
Ke tlile ka moya o montle this time.
I was worried about kalwana hle.
Everyone voted, advocate. So if everyone is voted, Chairperson, I beg, advocate.
Karim Fesser, Kima.
Can we then?
I'm not sure I understand.
Can the hands then be lowered so that we Chairperson, are you back? Yes, thank you. Chairperson can continue with those again.
Yes.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Can we move on to those who wish to vote against? Those who wish to vote against, please put your hands up. Counting in progress. I'm sure the hands can now be lowered. We'll ask the table to lower the hands. Please lower the hands. Thank you very much. We now move over to those who wish to indicate that they are abstaining. Please put up your hands. And this is in favor, 33. 60. Abstention. The results are as follows. Those in favor, 33. Those against, 16. Those abstaining, 0. So the vote is agreed to. So we'll move over to vote 13. Public works and infrastructure. I'm told that the following parties would like to make a declaration in terms of Rule 63. So, and the parties are EFF and the ANC. So we'll start with Honorable MAP DeBray. Honorable DeBray from the FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. With the current rate of corruption in the department, especially with infrastructure, this budget, the same as previous budgets, cannot be trusted. As the Minister herself has admitted that South Africa is littered with unfinished projects due to the contract construction sector being the most corrupt in the country. And with all due respect, the fact that an anti-corruption unit was brought to life is nothing to get excited about, as we have time and again seen these units pop up with great enthusiasm only to be dismantled a year or two later with nothing to show for the expense of the unit itself. While with the dilapidated state of infrastructure in South Africa, it is shameful that this department has allowed this excessive corruption for so many years. Public works and infrastructure are a laughingstock at this stage, and no amount of money will turn this department around as long as the officials underperform and plunder as they please with no real consequences. Therefore, the Freedom Front Plus will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to the ANC, Honorable MK Mwima.
Thank you, National Chairperson. The ANC rise in support of vote 13 by virtue of its centrality in enhancing the government first and foremost infrastructure program, and also its property portfolio. It is important to note our support because the program and the plans are able to ensure that indeed job creation across all provinces utilizing this infrastructure avenue is indeed well coordinated. This coordination is informed by our broader commitment, Honorable National Chair, to leverage the infrastructure development as part and parcel of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And we do this also identifying a window of opportunity for expanding the expanded public works programs avenue, so that we are able to reach out to the marginalized and the poor. This program has been strengthened to include skills development that is indeed technically oriented, Chair, so that we are able to ensure that there is sustainability income through the creation of small business operation, particularly ensuring also that the artisanry platform is indeed enhanced, looking into opportunities like electricians, plumbing, and many other areas. The COVID-19 pandemic has created economic hardship to many of the working class and the poor. So therefore, this program has a responsibility, Chair, to be able to mitigate those devastating impacts. There is much which needs to be done and to be improved. And we appreciate the commitment made as we raised in the budget debate, as displayed by the leadership of the department, particularly to ensure that as we implement the critical infrastructure development programs, we're able to ensure that it's done to ensure there is inclusive economic growth, and also to ensure that at the center of that share, job creation, like as indicated, does happen. The opposition has no concrete program for ensuring social delivery to historically disadvantaged communities, and therefore no program for transformation of the ordinary lives of South Africans. The opposition levels criticism which does not drive the program of the department forward in any progressive way to ensure that delivery and accountability to Parliament takes place. The historical injustices of the apartheid past must be corrected at all levels, and the work of the Department of Public Works is critical in that regard. In conclusion, Honorable National Chair, the African National Congress stands in support of budget vote number 13.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the vote is agreed to. And the objection can then be noted. Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom Fund Plus objects.
Thank you very much. Any other?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Tim.
Honorable Chairperson, the DA objects and calls for a division, and I seek 4 supporters, please.
Chairperson.
EFF, yeah. Yes.
The EFF object, and we would like to make a declaration.
Yes, but no, because now we're at the point where we're voting.
I thought maybe you are going to call my name, Chair.
Sorry, it didn't happen.
Okay.
Sorry. Let's move on then to the voting process. But before we do that, can we find out if there are 4 delegates who wish to support the declaration of a division?
Who comes supports?
Nani, sir.
Who come?
Also supports.
There's Boshoff.
Sir.
There's Fesser.
Sileku.
Sorry? There's Sileku, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The 15 seconds are over. So we'll have to move on to the question. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Can we find out and get those who are in favor, wish to vote in favor, to raise their hands?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mashodi.
Honorable
Thank you,
Shodi,
Chair.
from those outside the
Voting
system,
favor.
Honorable Shodi's vote should be noted.
Honorable Dubengube.
Honorable Tubengube's vote should be noted.
Honorable Jadu.
Honorable Njadu, vote should be noted. Honorable Ngube from Gauteng's vote should be noted.
Honorable P. Malema.
Honorable Paul Malema from Gauteng's vote should be noted. Any other outside the system? None. Voting is in progress. And as we count the votes, Honorable Lucas should prepare to take over in the next vote, vote 14. Okay. Okay. Can the hands be lowered? I'm sure we're done with counting now. That's done. Let those hands that wishes to indicate vote against, please be raised. Those who wish to vote against, please raise your hands. Counting is in progress. I'm sure the hands now can be lowered. The table can lower the hands. Please lower the hands. Thank you very much. Let those who now want to vote and indicate that they are abstaining. Abstentions? Any abstentions? Now, here are the results. Those who voted in favor 32, in favor 32, 32, against 17, 17, against 17, 17, abstention 0. Abstention 0. Therefore, the vote is agreed to. Thank you very much. We now move to vote 14, and Honorable Lucas will take over. Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. We will continue. And I now put vote 14 Stats SA, State South Africa. And the parties that are going to make declarations of vote must just remember that it is 3 minutes per declaration. And we will now allow Honorable M.O. Mokause.
Chairperson, we are not going to be making any declaration, but we want to state it clear that we object to the budget vote due to the budget cuts. We are well known of supporting this vote throughout the years, including in the NA. So thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokause. Honorable Gillian. ANC, is there any declaration of vote?
No, Chairperson, just that the ANC support this budget vote.
Thank you. We are now going to call for any indication of a division. Yes, Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom from Plus objects.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Any other party objections? Any other party objections? If none, the vote is agreed to, and we take note of the objection of the Freedom Front Plus. We will now proceed. I put vote 15, traditional affairs. Any declarations? Am I audible, honorable members? Am I
Yes,
audible?
you are, Honorable Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are.
It is too quiet for my liking. So if there is no declarations, is there any objections to the vote?
Chairperson, I just wanted to say this is Golani Mkiva on behalf of the ANC. We fully support this budget vote, and this budget vote is pretty much in line with what is expected by our rural communities in particular, as well as the institution of traditional leadership in the country. We believe that through this budget vote, we will achieve the objectives which are advanced by the government of the ANC, and therefore we fully support this budget vote.
It was a declaration, we took it. Thank you, Honorable Mkive. Is there any objections? Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Chair. The DA objects and calls for a division.
The DA calls for a division. Is there support for the call for a division? Can I have the four supporting hands?
Gratitude supports.
Honorable TB, next.
Also.
Honorable Christians.
Sileku.
Christians, Sileku, Bosov. We've got four. Thank you. We can continue. So let us now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. So let us call those that are voting in favor. Please raise your hands.
The IFP agrees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable Mashodi.
I should know by now, Honorable Ngwezi. Thank you, Honorable Mashodi.
Honorable Dubengube.
Thank you, Honorable Emise.
Honorable
Makama.
Some of you, your hands are actually showing on the system. So it's not always. Just check first before you call out. Is like
Honorable Jadu, WK.
Thank you, Honorable Jadu. Noted, Honorable Izet and Jadu.
Thank you.
And we get an indication whether the table is ready to lower the hands for those in favor. With 15. Yes, I think the voting the counting could be concluded by now. Can we then see the hands being lowered? May we proceed from the table? Yes, can we then now, delegates, those who vote against, please raise your hands now and keep your hands raised until we indicate that it is in any case the table will lower it. Yes, I think at least by now the table can lower the hands, and we prepare for the next vote. And that is the one of those who abstain. Can you indicate? If there is none, can we get the count? Secretary. Thank you. We received the tally, and those in favor is 32, those against is 17, and abstentions is none. The vote is thus agreed to. That dealt with vote 15. We are now going for vote 16, basic education. If there is any declarations, we got information that parties is going to make declarations. Can we begin with Freedom Front Plus?
Thank you,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Christians, we will be calling you Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. With the shortcomings of infrastructure at schools across South Africa, one can't help but wonder how many children could have rather benefited from the 7 billion rand spent on 320,000 assistants with no experience hired by the department to apparently 8 teachers during the COVID pandemic. Although there were less pupils at school per day, and even before COVID, there were never really a need for assistance for teachers to begin with. Instead of allocating funds to better the quality of education or to promote mother tongue education so that every child, regardless of race, has the opportunity to be educated in his or her own language, the department rather wastes funds on unneeded assistance. This is only one of many examples where this department keeps on failing the young people of South Africa. Year after year, these budgets are adjusted, and year after year, the conditions of schools worsens and the quality of education and standards drops. Until this department truly puts the needs of education of our young people before reckless spending and corruption, the Freedom Front Plus will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable De Bruin. Honorable Hihi, Economic Freedom Fighters. If you don't have a declaration, should we continue? Honorable Christians, DA.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
So just a moment.
Chairperson, I think
I'm
Honorable
sorry for that.
is in the platform.
Yes, Honorable Matibula, will you allow me to chair the meeting? Honorable Lee, I'm sorry I didn't hear you. We didn't hear you. Can you come through?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you may continue, although you are not the sound isn't very good. You may continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Minister, given the rising infection of the rate of COVID-19 in the country, more especially on the young children below age of 18 years, are you not concerned that you're not closing
Oral questions.
Honorable Khai, can we allow Honorable Lee, because it's very faint, but we can hear. Can we allow her, please? Continue, Honorable Lee.
Are you not concerned that not closing schools, even though the current infection rates include young children, unlike in the past? You and your department are basically exposing young kids to harmful and various viruses that will end their lives. How is the department going to comply with COVID-19 regulation and alert level 3 new rules? Where only 50 people are allowed to gather. Schools like Maitemogelo and Tiragalo in the Northwest was over 50 students in classes. Minister, let me put it to you that the death of a child in South Africa due to your refusal of closing schools will be in your hands. In February, you said that we have lost more than 1,200 patients to COVID-19, yet we are not prepared to save the lives of young children where the lives that were lost not enough. 2 days ago, as part of Youth 16 speech, you addressed the nation and spoke about your department is involved in alleviating poverty and creating job opportunities for young people. Minister, the job creation you are speaking about is joke of a high note. You cannot potentially be proud that you have given a job opportunity only for a period of months, of 4 months. What is going to happen to the rest of the young people over 300,000? Home today, you remain unemployed. However, you are gloating that you are alleviating poverty and you are creating job opportunities for start. Young people want a permanent job.
3 minutes have passed. 3 minutes have passed. Thank you, Honorable Lee, Honorable Christians.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, South Africa has far too many vulnerable children who are still deprived from quality basic education 27 years after democracy. Recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized these challenges, such as gaps in early childhood development services, disparities in digital literacy, as well as access to the internet. Even more concerning has been escalated incidences of abuse because of extended periods at home, as well as the discontinuing of the only hot meal they received at school. Yet, the Department of Basic Education's budget is being cut by a whopping 123 million from the school nutrition budget and 93 million rand from the curriculum development budget. There are still thousands of children walking to school, children who are exposed to danger and hazardous terrain as they walk to and from school, because education is the only way out of poverty. Children are not safe on our school premises because the department has been unable to eradicate mud schools, asbestos classrooms, and pit toilets. Yet, the infrastructure budget has been cut by a massive 1.9 billion rand. Chairperson, while the children of South Africa are not receiving quality education, while the children of South Africa are hungry, and while the children of South Africa are not safe, we cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. ANC, Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Morning.
Morning.
The children of our nation and their development are critical aspects of creating a better future for the nation and better world. The cognitive development of the children is one area our democratic government should improve in order to improve learning outcomes. Education as an apex priority of the ANC government is to ensure that all South Africans have equal opportunity to create a better life. In the midst of higher unemployment, growing poverty, and equality education, our nation for self-liberation becomes a necessity in the allocation of the national budget. Since 1994, the ANC government has made significant qualitative improvement in the education sector, from building new schools, providing different facilities and equipment to improve learning in our schools. The department has made progress in closing the inequality gap between schools in rural and urban areas. The fact that schools that produce excellent results are not just a reserve of urban privilege schooling, but also for schools in rural and farm areas demonstrated the progress in closing the equality gap. The ANC resolved on the migration of early child development for school development to basic education in order to improve the provision of ECD. This is a critical intervention which seeks to improve the cognitive development of children to ensure that all children are ready to schooling with the literacy and numeracy basic to succeed. The Department of Basic Education will be piloting major programs for the changing world by the introduction of coding and robotic in our schools. This is development we should welcome as prepare learners for the changing world. Through different accelerating schools infrastructure development initiative and infrastructure grants, infrastructure development has been a key area of focus by the department. The African National Congress supports the basic education budget vote 16. The ANC supports it because it responds to the social and economic needs for the development and transformation of our country. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. They dealt with the declarations. We are calling for objections and possible division now. Can you indicate, Honorable Christians?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The DA objects and calls for a division.
I'll come back to that of the division. Honorable Du Toit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Thank you. And then now, let us get support for the call for a division. Can we see?
Boshoff.
Can I? Oh, Mikalakis, Boshoff, Baha, and
Nana.
So that deal with the issue of division. So now the division have been called. Let us allow the 15 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. Can we get that indication? Advocate.
Deputy Chairperson, none that we are aware of.
So there is no reason not to continue. We will now proceed to the voting on the question, and then the question is that the vote be agreed to. So those that are voting in favor, can they raise their hands, please?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Noted.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Dubengube.
Noted, MEC.
Thank you.
Honorable Paul Malema.
Voted, Honorable Malema.
Honorable Njadu, Chair, Deputy Chair.
Voted, Honorable Njadu. Noted. Members, can you please mute? Can you please mute when you are not on the platform? Can you please mute?
So are you leaving now?
Honorable Brata said, we hear your private conversations. Please mute.
Yes, and that was not objective. But you don't have to do that.
I included that one. Okay, then it's 20 Rand for
Honorable Brata said, can you mute, please?
sorry.
So now I'm sure that we can lower the heads of those that voted in favor. Can the table assist? Thank you. We will go to those that are voting against. Can you please
Mudisa
raise
in
your hand?
favor. Chairperson, Honorable Mudisa in favor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Modise. We are now, we have proceeded to those that have voted against. You will take note of your indication. If that is concluded, the hands can be lowered by the table so that we continue to the next vote, to the next process. Thank you. Can we then now lower the hands? Can the table lower the hands, please? Can we now have indication of anyone that want to abstain? Honorable Brata said, are you abstaining? If there is no abstentions, can we get the results, please? Secretary.
I think Honorable Brota said the Deputy Chair is allocating budget in his home state.
Thank you very much. The results are as follows. Those in favor 32, those against 17, and there is no abstentions, which means the vote is agreed to. Let us continue. And I now put vote 17, higher education and training. I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. Just note that it is 3 minutes per declaration of vote, and we will continue immediately. Request the Freedom Front Plus, whether they do have a declaration of vote.
That's correct, Deputy Chair. We do have a declaration.
You may continue.
Agbare voorsitter, jeugwerkloosheid was volgens statistiek gedurende die eerste kwartaal van 2021 'n verbuisterende 46.3%. Stats SA indicated that 7.2 million unemployed persons in the first quarter of 2021, more than half 52.4% had education levels below matric, followed by those with matric at 37.7%, and only 2.1% of unemployed persons were graduates, while 7.5% had another tertiary qualification at the highest level of education. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme, is it another one of South African government's fundraising avenues that cost money but doesn't yield results? Die Departement van Hoër Onderwys het 'n begroting van R358 miljard oor die mediumtermyn. En daar is studente wat sonder hierdie finansiële hulp nie sou kon studeer nie, en wat wel 'n sukses van hul studies maak, en wel gedaan aan julle. Maar kry die belastingbetaler van Suid-Afrika egter altyd waarde vir geld wat spandeer word. This culture of entitlement is so ever present, especially in this arena, Che. Die Vryheidsfront Plus stel voor dat daar toeganklike lenings aan voornemende kwalifiserende studente toegestaan moet word, wat na afloop van hul suksesvolle studies weer aan die fonds terugbetaal moet word, om ander studente in staat te stel om self te bemagtig en 'n sin van verantwoordelikheid te kweek, eerder as om slegs gratis hoër onderwys te ontvang. Hierdie inisiatief sal ook studente aanmoedig om nie hul studies onnodig uit te rek nie en eerder te fokus op hul studies as protes. Taxpayers' money is used to fund this circus of management, Chair. And furthermore, the Public Protector is investigating the National Student Financial Aid Scheme for 7.5 billion rand it incurred in irregular expenditure. The Freedom Front Plus does not support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Lee, Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Lee, are you struggling again? I don't want to repeat of what happened earlier, and I go to Honorable Christians and you come back. Honorable Christians, TA.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, 24.6 billion rand has been cut from the higher education and training budget over the medium-term expenditure framework period. These reductions are 6.8 billion rand on the allocation of NSFAS loans and bursaries, 5 billion rand on university subsidies, and 947.1 million rand on TVET college infrastructure grants. NSFAS remains an entity in crisis, unable to get its administration house in order, even though it has been placed under administration twice over the past decade. The scheme has racked up 6.8 billion rand in irregular expenditure. And there is also evidence of a syndicated fraud operation and corruption that led to more than 440,000 ghost students being funded. There are more than 106,000 students who have not received their certificates due to debt owed to universities. This debt estimated at 14 billion rand, yet university subsidies have been cut by 5 billion rand. The reduction of 947.1 million rand from the TVET college infrastructure grant further delays projects for TVET accommodation, workshop equipment, as well as the overall expansion of the entire sector. This also has a direct impact on the safety of students. This department continues to fail many students through the maladministration and corruption in NSFAS. Chairperson, while there are students who are denied education because of an incapable and corrupt government, the DA will not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Makause.
May I take this declaration on behalf of Honorable Lehihi? She's struggling with her gadgets.
The declaration belongs to the party, so you may continue.
Chairperson, the EFF rejects this budget vote of higher education, proposed austerity budget. We must register as a point of departure that the budget for the higher education, first and foremost, a product of the feeble-minded economic policies that define South Africa today. By this, we mean there is a broader agenda in this country to chronically underfund and cripple social welfare and developmental efforts through cutting public spending with no reasonable prospects of achieving people-centered growth. Education, the cornerstone of any society and a fundamental developmental indicator, is a victim of this deliberate attempt to subject South Africa to permanent junior status in the world. The budget plan tabled here ratified by the Select Committee is nothing but an endorsement of a failed state, failure that has defined this department ever since the so-called communists known as Blade and Zimande occupied the position over a decade ago. When the department was
Honorable Makause,
we do place it under
if you
record
refer to the minister, just refer to the honorable.
We object to this budget vote. Thank you.
Can we just correct the fact that you didn't call the minister properly? Can you just refer to this person as the Honorable Blade Nzimande, please?
Ms. Blade Nzimande.
I didn't hear what you're saying, but it's fine. Honorable Chabaleng.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Deputy Chair. My bandwidth is compromised, so I'll speak do my video off. Honorable members, developing human capability is a key propeller of development and economic growth. The skills revolution requires a capable post-schooling sector. The higher education budget vote responds to the need of expanding higher education and enabling the provision of quality higher education. The increase in financial aid support by NSFAS has enabled access for the poor. Our
Honorable Chabaleng, issues of bandwidth. We give some few seconds. It seems as if the Honorable Chabaleng is not coming back. So
can we finish?
Do you have if you have the declaration, Honorable Mtetwa, you may. Like I said, this is for the party, so you may.
And lastly, Chair, the ANC support this budget vote.
This vote is agreed to. The objections of the other parties are noted, and we will now put vote 18 half. Parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63 may continue. It is 3 minutes per declaration of vote, and we call on Honorable MAP De Bruin. Freedom Front Plus.
Well, thank you, Chairperson. With South Africa officially being in the third wave of the COVID pandemic, the Department of Health is also unfortunately the joke of the world. No other country has wasted so much funds, equipment, PPEs, vaccines, and so forth as South Africa. The millions of vaccines that was and are again being destroyed for various reasons clearly highlights the incompetence of this department and the lack of leadership and accountability. The state of hospitals and clinics are devastating. Service delivery is shocking. Hygienic conditions in healthcare centers are appalling. Access to quality healthcare is non-existent. Corruption sends digital vibes to the spine, and the list just goes on and on. This truly is a testament of the little regard government has for its citizens, not only in general, but also sadly in times of crisis. No one in good conscience can support a department that is malfunctioning in every way imaginable, and the Freedom Front Plus will certainly not support this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable De Bruin. Honorable Lutuli, the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Chair, very much, Chair. We object. We won't be able to do a declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baha, DA.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chair and members of the House, we are confronted with the third wave of the coronavirus pandemic. Whilst the vaccine rollout is not at the pace that we thought it would be, numbers are rising at a faster pace in provinces like Gauteng. It is therefore quite critical and urgent that we gather pace in ensuring that South Africans do get the jobs. It is of high concern that at this time, Minister of Health, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, is alleged to be involved in the awarding of an irregular contract of 150 million to a communications company, Digital Vibes. We trust that the Special Investigative Unit will get to the bottom of it with the minister on special leave granted by the president. Now that an acting minister has been appointed, it is critical that South Africans are not punished for the transgressions of a minister who has stuck or alleged to be stuck his hands in the national cookie jar of public funds for personal benefits. Acting Minister Kupai Ngubane has to hit the ground running. South Africa's vaccine rollout program has been slow and it has to move faster. We welcome the move of 60-year-olds walk-ins to be allowed without prior registration. However, it is of utmost importance that all frontline and health workers be completely vaccinated, for they still remain vulnerable to the third wave of COVID-19 virus. Acting Minister's priority should be to ensure continuity with all senior management in the department, working alongside the Deputy Minister. Once again, South Africans cannot be made to suffer short services in the middle of global pandemic. With President Ramaphosa waiting on Special Investigative Unit in order to act, we are counting on Minister Kupai Ngubane to work as much as she could to get her priorities straight and her basics right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Baha. Honorable Gillian of the ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we rise in support of this budget vote 18. We do so because of the significant role it has in promoting the health system and accessibility for all South Africans. The revised strategic plans and annual performance plans for the 2021-22 financial validates the redirection and impact in promoting healthcare based on the primary healthcare approach. The ANC government has set 4 priorities for the 21-22 financial year. We accept and acknowledge the reprioritization of the allocation of funds to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. The budget will continue to hone in COVID-19 interventions as more efforts are put in place towards intensifying and preventing the spread of the disease through non-pharmaceutical interventions and offering vaccinations to all eligible people in a phased manner, in line with the vaccine rollout plan. The third wave is upon us, Deputy Chairperson, and we are in the second phase of the rollout plan. We have experienced challenges with our vaccination rollout plan, whilst the opposition, largely the DA and the EFF, have complained without providing solutions about the manner in which the vaccine rollout plan has been administered. We have received a firm commitment from the department that challenges that have confronted the system are being systematically and expediently addressed. The 300,000 that is expected to be in the country by Friday, 18 June 2021, will be earmarked for teachers and non-teaching staff, and more vaccines will make their way to speed up what has been a slow start to the inoculation program. We are aware of these challenges and we are keeping a firm eye on the commitment made. Unlike the opposition parties, ours is to be solutions-based and working with communities through our constituencies to address challenges raised and expediting the vaccine rollout plan. Subsequently, we have to work together to ensure that we defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. We raised concerns on the budget reduction of the 21-22 financial year. The implementation of the health insurance must happen, and we have to work collectively together to ensure that all South Africans are afforded equal health care with no fear or favor. The ANC support budget vote 18. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian. So now we are calling for objections or possible division of the House. Can we have indications, Honorable De Choi?
Dankie agbare voorsitter. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Thank you. Honorable Mbulelo Baha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Chair, we want to oppose or object to this report, but also call for a division. Thank you.
Thank you. DA calls for the division. Can we see support for the division? At least 4 members. Honorable Christians.
Who is left in the DA who has not yet called for a division? All of them are signed division.
Honorable President, Christians, Sileku, and Mikalakis. Thank you. You have indicated. Now the division we have been called. We will allow the 15 seconds to delegates who are outside the virtual platform and for others to make sure that they lower their hands. No indication of any issues, so let us then now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. And immediately, can those that are voting in favor raise their hands? Those that are voting in favor, can we see hands?
Deputy Chair, Honorable Mosodi in favor.
Noted.
Deputy Chair Paul Malema in favor. Thank you very much.
Noted. Honorable
Deputy
Malema.
Chairperson, Honorable Dubengube, thank you very much.
Noted, MEC.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Njadu for favor.
Noted, Honorable Njadu. I hope the table notes what I am noting. So I think they dealt with the issue of those that are voting in favor. Can the table lower their hands if they have concluded so that we prepare for the next vote? Thank you. Those that are voting against, can you please raise their hands? I hope you took note of Honorable Modise Tebogo because I saw a hand coming up very late for in favor. So, honorable members and also the table, those that are voting against, they've raised their hands. The table will lower their hands as soon as they have recorded everyone. The table may lower their hands as soon as they have recorded everyone. Thank you very much. Delegates who abstain should please raise their hands. I don't see any abstentions, so which means the count is concluded. Can we have the outcome? The voting is closed.
Honourable Chair, it's Honourable First. Yeah, I voted against this. I voted against this motion of this vote.
I'm sure it is recorded. Thank you, Honourable Professor.
Thank
so
you.
can I give the results? Those that voted in favor is 30, and those that voted against is 18, whilst there is no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to. We will continue, and I want to put vote 19, social development, and we have been informed that parties would like to
Hoe gebeur dit?
Honourable
Hoe gebeur dit dat jy net jou, dan sien ek my hand is op, ek het nie.
Sorry. Honourable Professor, may I continue? So we are going to allow for declarations of vote. Remember, after this, we are going to give a break. So let us quickly finish our business. For declaration of vote, we will allow the economic freedom fighters, EFF. EFF.
Is vote 21, Deputy Chair?
It's vote 19, Honorable Mutsamai. It's social development. So if you don't have a declaration, I will continue and I will give to Honorable Christians.
Chairperson, we are objecting to this budget vote.
Objections is fine. Objections is fine, Honorable Mabatu. The issue is of declarations. If you don't have a declaration, can we conclude the declarations, then we come to objections? Thank you. Honorable Christians.
Chairperson,
Honorable Ngwezi.
I'm sorry to disturb you. May I be allowed to declare here? I'm sorry. I'm not on the list, but may I be?
Yes, we will allow you. Let me just follow the list and I will request
Thank
that
you.
I will give you after I have given Honorable Christians.
Thank you,
Honorable,
Chairperson.
sorry for that, Honorable Christians. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, an estimated 14 million people go to bed hungry every night in South Africa, and 31% of South African people are dependent on social welfare currently. The country's economy continues to be severely affected, yet the Department of Social Development's budget will do very little to alleviate this, as over the next 3 years, the social grants budget will decrease by a whopping 36 billion rand. Program 2, social assistance, will decrease by 25.9 billion rand. This means that the child support program is cut by 14.5 billion rand. This reduction will plunge many vulnerable further into poverty and desperation. Program 4, welfare services, is reduced by 475 million rand. Chairperson, this is despite the fact that South Africa has one of the highest gender-based violence rates in the world, with a femicide rate that is 5 times higher than the global average. The Department of Social Development and SASSA has no concrete plan to stop poverty and hunger in South Africa, as it sadly becomes rooted in every city, every suburb, and every community around the country. While this government continues to loot the country's coffers, while the people of South Africa remain poor and hungry, the DA cannot support this budget. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Ngwezi.
Thank you very much. Please allow me not to show my video, Chair, because of network issues.
It's fine, we understand.
Thank you very much. Inkatha Yenkululeko welcomes the budget of 3.7 billion allocated to the Department of Social Development in this financial year. In a previous debate, we indicated our support for a budget cut of 163 million rand in the 2021-2022 financial year, considering the existing fiscal consolidations. Despite this, we are concerned with cuts made in the transfer payments to NPOs amounting to 16.7 million. We are worried that NPOs will not be able to provide their full range of services in this financial year. And we certainly expect an increase in the social distress that will manifest in various forms such as GBV, suicide, prostitution, and substance abuse. It is ironic that as an unintended consequence, this department will be promoting the very social ills that it is charged with preventing. Therefore, Honorable Chairperson, we are saddened that corruption and crime are adding on the burden of already compromised budget. The corruption scandal in KwaZulu-Natal, where more than 30 million rand was spent in irregular PPP procurement, is unacceptable. Given the budget cuts for this financial year, we are worried that more corrupt activities will undermine the fight against poverty in our provinces. But with that being said, we support the budget, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Malika.
Chairperson. Before Honorable Maleka, with due respect, Chairperson, can we be allowed to correct the statement that I made before and then be allowed to make a declaration?
Honorable Makasa, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. The EFF objects to this budget vote. The unemployment rate in South Africa has been persistently high over over time, above 20% over the last decade. South Africa's unemployment rate rose to 32.5% in 2020 from 30.8%. It has been noted that COVID-19 has contributed to the rising poverty and deepening of inequality within the South African economy. It's an insult, Chairperson, that this department has over poor people over this 350 special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant that has put our poor lives in more dangerous situation when it comes into infections and being infected with this pandemic. It does not make sense, Chairperson, why such important department have so much cuts in its budget. The largest contributor to the budget decline, the budget cuts on social relief of distress sub-program from 17.96 billion rand to 2.535 billion rand in 2021-2022 financial year. This grant provides temporary income support, food parcels, and other forms of relief to people experiencing undue hardships. Chairperson, we therefore cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makause. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. ANC rise in support of Vote 19 social development. Deputy Chair, social development is important not only to our goal of poverty, eradication, social inclusion, and social cohesion. It is primarily to the promotion and preservation of the rights and dignity of our people. And therefore, this vote enables the ANC government to deepen its effort to empower people and ensure that safety nets are in place to cushion the poor and most vulnerable. This vote progressively ensures that through the application of the development social welfare approach, the Department, National Development Agency, and the SASSA begin to collectively contribute to the socio-economic uplift of beneficiaries. Empirical evidence supports the progressive move as impact studies conducted by the department and academic institution revealed the significant impact of the 350 social relief of distress grant of the lives of millions. Work is underway to connect beneficiaries with employment opportunities, skills development, bursaries, internship programs, and entrepreneurial programs such as forming cooperative or small businesses, as well as to ensure sustainable livelihood opportunities to enhance community development throughout the country. We commend the platform that will be created for informal workers to participate in social security coverage. All of this is noteworthy because it is increasingly shifting the focus of the department and the two entities towards the practical unlocking of human capabilities into actualities, driving sustainable livelihoods, supporting transversal partnership, and taking stock of our peoples. Opposing is what opposition parties exist for. As usual, they fail to bring substantive issues which are going to contribute to the preservation and protection in the dignity of all of our people. Social development is not a portfolio we should be fighting over, but we should be working collectively and using it as a vehicle to improve the quality of life for our people. The ANC believes that this vote continues to have the potential to contribute in vitality, improving the lives of our people and eradicating poverty. The ANC support Vote 19 social development. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. The only party that haven't indicated what they are saying is Freedom Front Plus. So if there is any objections, we will allow the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Is there any call for a division? Yes, Honorable Christians.
Deputy Chairperson, the DA objects and calls for a division.
DA calls for a division. You have already objected, so you calls for a division now. Can we just see the support for division?
Jefferson.
Honorable Prataset. Honorable Alakas.
Nana.
Honorable Prataset, Mikalakas, Beyer Smith, and Okam. So that is the four supporting. So those that are voting. So we have now, okay, we have called the division. Let us start with the 15 seconds. I see it's 1 o'clock and now I'm getting confused. Let's now allow the 15 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual platform. Advocate, is there any? Can the table indicate?
None, Deputy Chair, according to our records.
Since there is no one outside the virtual platform, we will proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to, and those that are in favor can raise their hands.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Musodi, vote in favor. Thank you.
Noted. Honorable Dodovo.
Yes, voted, second. Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Njadu, vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu, noted.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Paul Malema voting in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Malema, noted.
Inkatha votes in favor.
Honorable Ngwezi, noted. Yes, as soon as you have recorded the table recorded, we will allow them to lower their hands. So the count is completed. We are now going to the next vote, and that is those that are voting against. Please raise your hands. As soon as you have recorded everyone, the table, we will allow you to lower the hands. I see all the count has been concluded. Those that are abstaining, please indicate by raising your hands. I don't see any abstentions. We are just waiting for the tally from the table because the count is completed. So the in favor is 32, against is, let me just, against is 16, and there is no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to, and the objections of Freedom Front, EFF, and DA are noted. I just want to deal with vote 20, so when we come back, we can start with vote 21 as it filed. So we are continuing vote 20. I put it as women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I have been informed that there are two parties that want to make declaration on vote in terms of Rule 63, and that is the Economic Freedom Fighters. Are you continuing with the declaration, EFF?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. You may continue.
Okay. Ditheo le mabala a bašwa ba ka iponelang tlhabologo le tse di fetogileng dikhutlhwana tsa bokhutlho bakeng tsa mmuso o sa kgathaleng
Interpretation, please. Interpretation, please. So you may continue.
Tota motloga pele o ne a nepile fa re setšhaba se se senang bašwa se a nyelela. There's absolutely nothing that your government is doing to empower NGOs and NPOs in communities that are offering services to people living with disabilities. Minister, let us take municipality, Makasi Hills, for example, in the Northwest, there are over 10 NGOs that are taking care of people with disabilities. But as we speak right now, there has never been any financial support whatsoever towards those NGOs. Majority of the medical staff and volunteers that are working with these NGOs do not receive anything from the government. If they stop providing their service, what is going to happen to the majority of the people in those homes? For a very long time, people with disabilities have been neglected by this government. Minister, do you even have a database on all the NGOs in the country that are providing service to people living with disabilities? Is a caring minister that is tasked with the responsibilities for taking care of the vulnerable. A mme o na le maikaelelo ka go bona gore basadi le bana ba ba tshelang ka bogole ba fiwa tlhokomelo le tshegetso e maleba. Ga ke tshepe lefapha la gago le buela ditshwanelo tsa basadi le bana ba ba tshelang ka bogole. Seo o se lemoga fa o tsena mo dikagong di le dintsi tsa thuto. Mme seo se tlhabisa ditlhong le tsa puso go fitlhelela re tshwanetse re lele go tseelwa jaaka batho ba feletseng. Ke a leboga Modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honorable Lee. So we will now request the ANC for a declaration. Mama Rakhane.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as we celebrated June 16 early this week, let me first pay homage and commemorate the youth of 1976 who stood up fiercely against the oppressive government of apartheid. Young people today are facing numerous challenges such as high levels of unemployment, gender-based violence, poverty, mental health-related issues. All this could be contributed to the high levels of unemployment, which were exacerbated. However, the struggles of the young people can never be ignored. That is why through presidential initiatives such as SA MOBI, in partnership with the NYDA, creates platforms, pathways, and networks for young people to gain access to work opportunities. These also include programs that train youth in skills required for job opportunities and funding of youth entrepreneurs. And the NYDA is currently running an initiative of supporting 15,000 youth startup as announced by the President. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, gender-based violence in a matter that the government takes into serious consideration, the introduction of the 3 gender-based violence bill will help assist fight the gender-based violence and femicide by being harsher to sex offender and perpetrators of gender-based violence. As government will ensure that we can never fail the women, children, and members of the LGBTQIA+ members of the country, it is unacceptable that some members of society can enjoy their freedom and some cannot. We must instill a culture of tolerance in our society. Government alone cannot fight gender-based violence. We need all members of society to fight this pandemic. We need communities and families and friends to be in the spirit of fighting gender-based violence. The ANC moves in support of Vote 20 of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
The vote is agreed to. The objections of the Freedom Front Plus, EFF and DA are noted. Honorable Dutoy, you want to repeat?
I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. This vote is agreed to. Honorable members, it is exactly 11 minutes past 1 now. We are going to come back at 2. We are giving you time to stretch your legs, to smoke, to eat, to drink, but please come back so that we can continue with our program. Thank you very much.
Deputy Chair.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Singaphezulu.
Siyabuya too.
Singapore.
Yeah, hi.
Singaphezulu.
Refreshment. Ncitha, yabuya.
Hi. Siyabuya. So.
Zuki, go to the ladies and walk outside so that you get fresh air and come back.
Recording stopped. I'll take a walk, Chair. Thank you very much.
Jason.
Yes, Advocate.
Jason.
Morning, Advocate. Yes.
Is it possible to assist Honorable Lishishi? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, can you forward me the number, then I'll give her a call.
Zama?
Yeah, Zama can just forward me the number on
Yeah,
WhatsApp.
I'm sure Zama can provide.
Yes, advocate. Oh, why is this thing not opening?
Zama.
Advocate, can you hear me?
Okay. Can we, let's look at the guide. We're going for vote 21.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just, Deputy Chair, if you just indulge me. Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Honorable Dango.
I'm here, Advocate, sorry.
Okay, Honorable Nsube, Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Malek, Honorable Bibi.
I think I'm all right now, Chair.
They are in the meeting, advocate.
I hope I'm all right.
Yes, I can see that they are in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Deputy. I think we can proceed.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable members, and welcome back. We are going to continue, and we are going to start with vote 21. And I have been informed. So no, let me not put it like that. Any declarations? If none, any objections? Yes, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The DA objects.
Is Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom From Plus objects.
We take note of the objections. Any divisions? If there is no call for divisions, we will continue.
Deputy
Chairperson, the EF objects.
Yes, Honorable Mikalakis.
Chairperson.
Honorable,
you know the objection of the EFF?
Honorable Matebula, that is why this gadgets have got raise hand function. So raise your hand. It's not necessary to shout all the time. Raise your hand. I'm listening to Honorable Mikalakis.
I'm not shouting, Chairperson.
You are definitely
You are
shouting.
the one who is shouting.
No, you are definitely shouting. Just raise your hand, then I can call you and you can speak.
My guy just doesn't have a raise hand button, Chairperson.
That I didn't know. But the problem is that Honorable Mikalakis was on the floor. Allow him to speak, then you can speak after him. Honorable Mikalakis, you were saying?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The DA calls for a division.
The DA calls for a division. Before I come to the confirmation of the division, let me allow Honorable Matebula. Honorable Matebula. Honorable Matebula.
The EFF objects, Chair.
Objection noted. Thank you. Can we now come to the division? Can we have 4? We already have 3. Can we have another one? It's Christians, Bayer, Smith, Boshoff, and Ryder. So that is the, yes, we take note. We said 4. So even if 10 raise their hands, I will just acknowledge 4. So we are there now. There was a division called for vote 21. Can we just allow the 15 seconds again if there are any delegates that are outside of the platform so that they get an opportunity.
I have declaration, Chair, from Kenny Mutsama EFF.
You have a declaration? Honorable Mutsamai.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Samai,
Yes,
that ship have sailed. We are now at the division because we have passed the issue of declarations. We started with declarations, then we went to objections, and then we are at division. If it was still at objections, we could have handled your declaration, but now we are at divisions, and we are going to vote now. So let us proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. Can those delegates who are voting in favor please raise their hands?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mashodi, vote in favor.
Noted. Honorable Mashodi.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Ngubet Dube.
Voted, MC.
Thank you.
The table will lower the hands when they have recorded all the votes. I see the count has been concluded. For those in favor, those against can now raise their hands. The table will lower their hands when they have recorded all the votes. I've seen it is the hands have been lowered. Is there any abstentions? I don't see any abstentions. We are just waiting on the tally for the results.
Agbare adjunkvoorsitter.
Ek luister.
Agbare adjunkvoorsitter, net tong in die kies. Die 3 minute is korter gemaak na 15 secondes. Dit smaak my die 15 secondes raak ook al korter en korter.
Ja, nee, die feit van die saak is die agbare lid. Sommige kere moet 'n mens probeer en veral op 'n Vrydagmiddag om te kyk hoeveel tyd kan jy bespaar, solank jy dit nie compromise nie. So the count is completed. Let me just give the results now. The results are as follow. In favor is 27. Let me just make sure 27. Against is 16, and there is no abstentions. We have dealt with vote 21. So the vote is thus agreed to. We will continue, and we will now put vote 22. That is, vote 22 is correctional services. Possibly I must say that so that people know when they want to make declarations and when not. I have been informed that there will be declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and it is still 3 minutes, Honorable Mikalakas. And we will now call on the EFF to do your declaration of vote, Honorable Mutsamai. EFF, that is Correctional Services, Honorable Mutsamai, vote 22.
Thanks, Chairperson. The EFF reject the budget vote. We are not in support with the parole system, which the minister highlighted the parliament committee about the state that you serve only 5 years if you were charged for 25 years, which does not even categorize the kind of the crime you charged with. We were right. We reject it. We reject it, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. Honorable Mtetwa.
Why is Honorable Mutsamai fighting and when there's no need for fight?
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, Honorable Mutsamai is not fighting.
Order, all of you. Honorable Mtetwa, continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The African National Congress raised in support of this budget vote 22 correctional services. As expressed in the Freedom Charter that the imprisonment should be only for serious crime and it should aim at re-education and not just violence, the ANC position is one of the rehabilitating offenders, equip them with the necessary skill, reintegrated them back into the society as a law-abiding citizen, and having them contribute to the economy again. The Department of Correctional Services Chair, Deputy Chair, is a critical component in the criminal justice system, and it contributes to the humane detention of offenders and remain detained. This vote contributes to the rehabilitation and societary and social reintegration of offenders back into the community. The Department of Correctional Services effectively contribute to the capable and ethical development stage to social cohesion and safe community as envisaged by the National Development Plan in 2004, Deputy Chair. The department adopted the white paper on correctional services as a policy document which lay out the vision for the department. In the 2004, while the paper takes what is entrenched in the Constitution to a higher level in that it defined the rehabilitation as a core business of the department. The Constitution provides, Deputy Chair, the minimum standard of humane detention by those not articulating a right to rehabilitation services for offenders and inmates in particular. This chapter 3 of the white paper, Chair, details that correctional services is a societally responsibility and envisage that members of the public will support internal rehabilitation program. The white paper places the family at the primary level and the community in institutions at the secondary level at which correctional must take place. The department chair is placed at a tertiary level. The objective of this rehabilitation processes, as summarized, is in the white paper, Deputy Chair, is to focus on correcting the offender's behavior, enhancing human development, and promoting social responsibility and positive social value among offenders. Various initiatives are spread ahead by the department to ensure, Deputy Chair, that the offenders are not just incarcerated, but provided with programs to skill them, address their criminal behavior, and shape their perspective on honest living. Rehabilitation, Deputy Chair, offender, and equip them with the necessary skill after incarcerated, with contributing to a safe South Africa. Moreover, Deputy Chair, effectively rehabilitation will contribute to reduce recidivism in incarceration. It must be safe and inhumane, in line with the indicators of the Constitution. The ANC Chair support this budget vote 22. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Any objections? Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the DA to this budget vote.
Noted. Honorable Du Toit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Honorable Matibula.
Please note the objection of the EFF Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Is there something else besides what Honorable Mikalakis have said? Because the DA have already objected.
No, I'm just supporting the 4 hands that must go up for the objection.
There is no call for a division. It was just an objection. There is no call for a division. So we take note of the objections and the vote is agreed to. I now put vote 23 of defense. And I have been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations of vote, and that is now the Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Matebula, you can lower your hand. Yes, Honorable Dutoy.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. The military website Global Firepower has published its military strength ranking for 2021, featuring 138 countries. South Africa ranked 32nd, behind Egypt, behind Algeria. Finansiële uitdagings word as die grootste probleem by die verdediging geïdentifiseer. Oorspandering op die salariskomponent van die en onderspandering op instandhouding van voertuie en wapentuig is 'n groot bron tot kommer, en dan die kibane. National Treasury's expenditure overview for the minister area of responsibility notes the DoD's core activities are labor intensive, accounting for 61.4%. That's 88.4 billion rand of its total expenditure of 140.2 billion over the MTF period. The department spent more than 1 billion on Cuban mechanics instead of employing South Africans. However, taking food out of South African mouths. Experience bewys dat die ANC-regering nie besorg is oor die welstand en veiligheid van Suid-Afrikaanse burgers nie. Ons landsgrense is nie veilig nie. Ekstremiste gluur deur die stikkende grensdraad, maar Cuba kry voorkeur. Die VF+ ondersteun nie die begroting nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Oh, dankie, Honorable Dutoy, Honorable Mutsamai, for the economic freedom fighters.
Ke a leboga Motlatsa modulasetulo. Ga re tsamaisane le pelo ya madi gobane bao ba eteletseng mafapha pele ba na le dijara ba ikemiseditse go senya lefapheng la polokego ya State Security Agency ka bo kgwene ba dipolotiki le tlhekefetso ya ditšhelete. Ka jalo ga re tsamaisane le lona lefapha. Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you. We had an over provision of interpreters. It's fine. Thank you very much. We will now call on the ANC, Honorable Chabaleng, or if he's...
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Deputy Chair. The African National Congress supports and welcomes the budget vote 23 of the financial year 2021. The budget vote plays a central and key role in the process of implementing the mandate of the department. This budget vote is an instrument of policy implementation of the mandate of the South African Defence. It is through this budget vote that the South African National Defence Force will continue to protect the people of South Africa and territorial borders of the Republic. It is through this budget that the Defence Force will be able to continue protecting the people of South Africa and, most importantly, to fight against any possible illegal invasion by either state or non-state groups in these trying times of the coronavirus pandemic, where states are facing challenges and are vulnerable to such actions. The SNDF deployed 8,119 of regular personnel and reserve members to provide support to some government departments in fighting and combating COVID-19 through roadblocks and patrols. Deputy Chairperson, we are committed in transforming the department and hold it accountable on the use of the public funds, in particular the Supply Chain Management Department. The budget will benefit all South Africans as it will enhance the programs of the South African Defence Force, particularly the youth and women. It is out of this budget that South African people will be protected from any possible threat at the borders and internally. Therefore, the African National Congress support and welcomes budget vote number 23, Deputy Chairperson, and I thank you.
So, there is once again a request that when you make a declaration or a call for a division, that you must open your videos, but we do understand that other people have got issues of low bandwidth. So, any objections? Can I get indication? Objections? Yes, Honorable Dutoy.
Chair, obviously the
So you have muted yourself, Honorable De Toy.
Chair, I'm saying that the Freedom Front Plus objects. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Honorable Matebula.
The EFF object, Chair.
We take note of the objections, and there was no call for a division.
Honorable Deputy Chair, the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
The Democratic Alliance have called for a division. I am already seeing that there is four. Honorable Matebula, are you also in support of the? Okay, Honorable Ryder, Ocamp, Bayer, Smith, and Boshoff supports the call for a division. Now, Honorable Mikalakis, you know, for seconds, I must now count 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 6, 7 to get to that 15 seconds. So it's better for me to ask the Secretariat whether there are people in the, that is not necessarily on the platform. They will be in the waiting room. If not, then we continue. I know you said it in a light.
It's more than most others can on a good day do. So well done to you for that.
We usually do that. So then now, there is no indication that there are delegates in the waiting room. So we will continue and proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. We are voting on vote 23, defense. Delegates who vote in favor can now raise their hands.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mshodi, vote in favor.
Noted.
Sihlalo inkatha ayivotela le budget vote.
Yavuma.
Yavuma.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Paul Malema voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Malema, you are back. Hey, welcome again, Malema.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are together.
Thank you, MEC.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Adu.
Noted. Thank you, Honorable Njadu. Those that are not necessarily on the platform have indicated, so we will allow for the table to lower their hands when they have recorded all the votes. Yes, all the hands have been lowered. Can we now see the hands of those that are voting against? Tebo Komodise, you are very late. Can you lower your head? Unless you are voting against.
No, Chair. No, Chair.
Is voting against.
So, China to
I really bad. Please, can I?
Please
my
be
vote
on time because we are now at those that are voting against. So thank you. We take note, but can you then now mute
I
your?
hope mine was counted,
you
Chair.
mute
I
your
was
mic?
cut off now.
Were you out, Honorable Mahlangu?
Yes,
We take
that's when
note.
I was voting.
Yes, now we take note of that. Thank you. We are now dealing with those that are voting against. I hope the table took note of those that had challenges, that wanted to vote in favor, but we are now at those that are voting against. If it has been recorded, then the table can lower their hands. Thank you very much. Can we now go to those delegates who want to abstain? If there is no abstentions, we are just waiting for the results.
Do we have a new party in the House? It's called the Objective and Vision Party.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dango. Thanks for the lighter moments.
So that was very
The results are available. Can we please, can we just allow? I know sometimes but we must just also, we must really check our time. 34 in favor and 17 against, no abstentions. That dealt with vote 23. The vote is agreed to. I now want to put vote 24 of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, and there is no declarations. Is there any objections of call for divisions? Honorable Dutoy.
The objection front plus.
Freedom Front Plus object. Economic Freedom Fighters.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted. Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The DA objects and calls for a division.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis, for the indication. There has been a division called, but I just want, before I continue, can we have an indication of those that are supporting that? Ocamp, Ryder, Christians, and now I'll take boss off so that I can just balance the gender. So there was support for the division. Those that are now, I think the 15 seconds have already passed, like what we agreed to. So we will now proceed to voting on the question. But before that, there has been several times advocate indications of members that say as soon as they started voting, they have been kicked out by the network. Can we just also take that into account and be alert on that one? Now we are going to request that those that want to vote in favor, please raise your hands. And keep your hands raised.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Noted, Honorable Mushodi.
Deputy Chair, Honorable Dube Ngube. Thank you.
Noted, MEC.
Honorable Dodovu.
Noted, Honorable Dodovu. Noted, Honorable Ngwezi.
Malema.
Honorable Malema, at least your hand is showing on the system. Thank you. For now, it was showing.
Jadu.
Jadu noted. The table will lower their hands as soon as they have recorded everyone, including those that indicated verbally. Honorable Dodogo, please mute. Please mute. So the table will lower their hands as soon as they have recorded all the results. The hands have been lowered. Can those that are voting against please raise their hands now? Honorable Modise, we have noted you. So, Honorable Mutsamai. Okay, thank you.
We don't support.
The table will lower their hands if they've recorded all those that are voting against. Thank you. Can we now go to those that want to abstain? Honorable Moletsane, are you abstaining? Honorable Moletsane, is that an abstention?
No, I'm against.
I don't think so. So then can you lower your hand? Thank you.
My hand is not up, Deputy Chair.
Your hand is definitely up on the system. I see it from here. So if you can just lower it, please. Thank you. We called for abstentions and we didn't get any abstentions. Can we now announce the results because the count is completed and the table have lowered all hands? The results are as follows. Voting is closed. We have the results. Honorable Moletsane, can you please mute? Those that are in favor is 33. Those that are against is 18. And there is no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Justice and Constitutional Development, and I've been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. Just remember that it's 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Honorable Mutsamai of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
We don't support the budget vote and no declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Shaikh. Shaida Sheikh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I think, Honorable Deputy Chair, in the interest of time, I won't make a full declaration, but just to indicate that the African National Congress supports Budget Vote 25. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That dealt with declarations. Any objections? Parties besides EFF that want to indicate objections? Yes, Honorable Megalakas.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Please note the DA's objection to this vote.
The DA objects. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects to this vote.
We note the objections of EFF, FF Plus, and DA, and the vote is agreed to. Thank you. I'm putting vote 26, military veterans. Okay, Honorable Dutoy, is your hand up? Or is it just that you haven't lowered it before? Thank you very much. I put vote 26 of military veterans, and I have been informed that there are parties that want to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, or the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Chairperson. I support vote military veteran. The beneficiary of the military veterans continue to live in poverty after their loved one have passed on. They cannot even receive a proper health care, even a shelter to stay. With that, we don't support this bill. I think we should.
Thank you, Honorable Mutsamai. ANC.
Support the military veterans. Thanks, Chairperson. The African National Congress supports vote 26. It only through this budget vote that the mandate of the Military Veterans Act will be implemented. The Military Veterans Department is charged with the responsibility of providing support to the military veterans. The support that is required can only be provided through the budget in this nature. It is through this budget that we'll be able to implement the mandate of the department and ensure that we improve the lives of the military veterans. The budget will help in ensuring that the program of providing houses, free health service, and the education support is given to the military veterans and their dependents. The program will provide support financially for tuition for both the children of the military veterans and the veterans themselves, and continue and be implemented. And through the budget vote 26, it will enhance the work of the department. The budget will benefit both the military veterans and their dependents while responding to the challenges that are faced by the military veterans and their dependents. The budget will continue to assist in the program of building houses for the military veterans. The African National Congress welcomes vote 26 as it will provide the necessary support for the department to fulfill its political and statutory mandate of providing support to the war veterans and ex-combatants. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chabaleng. Besides EFF, any other objections? Yes, Honorable Michael.
The IFP objects.
IFP.
The IFP objects, Honorable Chairperson.
Noted, Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Michaelakas.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Michaelakas. Honorable Detroy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
We take note of the objections of EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and DA. The vote is thus agreed to. I will now proceed. Honorable Michaelakas. Is it just that you haven't lowered your hand?
My apologies, I've just not lowered my hand. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put vote 27, Office of the Chief Justice, and I have been informed that there will be, that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Deputy Chairperson, we want to put it on record that we do support the Office of the Chief Justice. But what we are not supporting is the budget cuts towards this office, because this is a very important office of the safeguarding of democracy and for holding all in society to account to whatever crimes that is happening in this country. It is therefore concerning that there are allegations that some judges may be in the pockets of politicians, particularly of the clique now leading the country to destruction. The courts are the last line of defense for the people of this country who face bleak future because of leaders who have no interest in the development of this country, but who are obsessed with making money for themselves and their families. When the people of this country rise up to the challenge, these despotic and corrupt tendencies, the courts must never seek to close ranks with the rich and powerful.
Chairperson, greetings to your good self, the chairperson of the NCOP and the members of the NCOP and the chief whip. Chairperson, the African National Congress rises in support of the budget vote. Section 34 of the Constitution guarantees access to courts and other independent tribunals or forums, unless ordinary people have access to courts and other independent forums or tribunals to resolve their disputes. The version of society based on the rule of law as envisaged by the Constitution will not be realized. The right to effective legal representation is an indispensable component of access to justice. As articulated by our forebears, personal liberties and freedom can only be guaranteed if judicial power is separated from legislative and executive power. The ANC 52nd National Conference resolved that the Chief Justice, as head of the judicial authority, should exercise authority and responsibility over the development and implementation of norms and standards for the exercise of judicial functions, such as the allocation of judges, cases, and courtrooms within all the court system and the administration of courts, including any allocation of resources, financial management, and policy matters relating to the administration of justice. The Constitution's 17th Amendment entrenched the independence of the court and acknowledged the Chief Justice as the head of the judiciary who exercises responsibility over the establishment and monitoring of norms and standards for the exercise of the judicial functions of all courts. The budget vote as a separate vote is a reflection of the ANC commitment to the doctrine of separation of powers, a judiciary-led independent court administration, and strengthened judicial governance. Despite the challenges passed by COVID-19, the Chief Justice directives and various measures by government have ensured that courts and public service remain functional. The Office of the Justice contributes to Chapter 14 of the National Development Plan, priority of strengthening judicial governance and the rule of law by providing training to the judges and aspirant judges through the South African Judicial Education Institute. With the fourth industrial revolution upon us and the growing use of technology, SAJEI introduced online training platform.
As you conclude.
As I conclude, Chairperson, South African Judicial Education Institute has introduced online portal for the easy access to training materials by judicial officials. The OCJ has partially implemented the court online system in the Gauteng division of the High Court. This court online is an advanced cloud-based collaboration, which is aimed at providing a platform to legal practitioners and or litigants to file documents to the courts electronically over the internet. The ANC supports the budget vote 27, Chairperson. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Objections? Any objections? Yes, Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
We note the objections of the Economic Freedom Fighters and the Freedom Front Plus, and the vote is agreed to. Thank you. I now put vote 28, police. And I've been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. And we will allow 3 minutes per declaration of vote. The IFP, Honorable Ngwezi, you may continue with your declaration of vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. And I'm sorry, may I be allowed not to appear here?
That's fine.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, the IFP takes note of the high stats in crimes that are actually happening in this country and the lives that are vulnerable, and calls on the Department of Police to actually increase its support that it's giving to the communities. But also we are not happy as the IFP about the delays that are actually happening in the Department of Police, especially that of the applications of the competency to possess firearms and also the firearm licenses. And this matter has been in the public domain, and there seems to be very little assistance with that regard. And but even if that is the case, then we support this budget vote, but we are very worried and we request that urgent interventions be actually put in place to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Dutoy, Freedom Front Plus.
Dankie, agbare adjunkt voorsitter. Ek wil begin deur die manne en vroue in blou te bedank wat wel onverpoost, ten spyte van al die uitdagings, politieke druk en tekort aan hulpbronne, steeds hul werk met oorgawe doen en ons as landsburgers beskerm. Ons tans met 'n tekort aan bekwame, opgeleide polisielede met voldoende toerusting en werkende voertuie. Chair, at this moment, SAPS is unable to break the back of crime monster in the country. Chair, 58 people are killed per day, 116 people are raped per day. According to IPID, every 20 hours a person is killed on average as a result of police action. Uit 'n verslag van 2019 wat op 'n vraag van Dr. Pieter Groenewald van die VF+ deur meneer Bekkie Cele beantwoord is, het dit gebleik dat die SAP meer as 9.5 miljoen rondes ammunisie, 4.357 vuurwapens verloor het. En hierdie tendens van die SAP wat wapens verloor duur voort. Some 2,000 firearms that were in police possession between 2007 and 2015 were stolen by a SAPS member. These guns were sold to gangs in the country, and according to News 24, it's believed that 1,066 murders were carried out with these guns, and some of these firearms were stolen from police possession can be linked to the deaths of about 89 children. The Central Firearms Registry has a huge backlog, and Mr. Cele is outspoken that he wants no private citizen to own a gun for self-defense. Die afgelope 3 maande is daar nog 84 polisie-vuurwapens in Gauteng gesteel. Die wettige vuurwapen-eienaars het die reg om homself te verdedig en indien hul lewens bedreig word. Dit kan nie toegelaat word dat daardie reg ons ontneem word. Die VF+ sê, lisensieer die eienaar en registreer die vuurwapen. Die brutaliteit van misdaad neem toe en ons almal het die reg om die veiligheid van ons kinders en ons gesinne te beskerm. Ons kan nie hierdie begroting goedkeur nie. Dankie, adjunkt voorsitter.
Baie dankie, agbare Dutoy. We will continue and we now call on the Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Mutsamai, to make a declaration. Honorable Mutsamai.
Chairperson, as the EFF, we object without the declaration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Michaelis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, every year we stand here to oppose the police budget after the murder rate in this country has again gone up under the ANC government. In a few minutes, the ANC will rise and do a declaration supporting this budget. They will claim that they are not doing so because they are too spineless to go against the party line in the interest of the people. If they are not, it leaves one option. They are in favor of the budget. They cannot be in favor of it with reservations, Deputy Chair. It's their government's budget. They have the power to fix it. So let's go through what we oppose and what the ANC supports. We say no to an increase in budget to protect politicians. The ANC says yes to more bodyguards for ANC politicians. We say no to a budget that leaves 85,000 people of Bonteheuwel without a police station for yet another year. The ANC says yes to a budget that will do nothing to equip specialized units to deal with gangsterism. We say no to a budget that will not deal with the backlog of forensic labs and with firearm registration applications. The ANC says yes to wasting money whilst rapists go free and rapists within the SAPS ranks don't get fired. We say no to legislation that will take away your right to self-defense. The ANC says yes to a budget that will do nothing to establish specialized rural safety units. We say no to cozy salaries for officer generals when police officers have to serve in some places in this country as many as 1,800 people per officer, and the ANC gets excited at the thought of police vehicles standing on bricks in scrapyards. Instead of a police service that is tough on crime and can be trusted by civilians, the ANC and its trigger-happy minister has transformed this service into an irrational force that would rather arrest someone who breaks curfew than a municipal official who steals and plunders. This is what the ANC is voting for today. The people of South Africa don't feel safe. There is a handful of decent police who try their best, whilst the rest flame the corruption and the abuse of power. That handful deserves better than Minister Bheki Cele. We, South Africans, deserve better than the ANC. The ANC will vote in favor of putting your lives at risk in a few minutes. We, as the DA, cannot do this. Thank you, Chair.
Amaya.
Thank you, Honorable Michaelis. Honorable N.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, the ANC will vote in favor of the vote. The African National Congress welcomes the budget and vote for budget vote 28 of 2021. The main role of the South African Police Service is to ensure that all South Africans live in a secure, safe, and protected safe society. The South African Police Service is charged with a responsibility to make sure that violent crimes are reduced by 50% in a decade. The fight against the gender-based violence continue to be a priority for the South African Police Service. There is a need to ensure that the people viewed as the vulnerable groups in our society receive more protection from the police. The budget vote will enhance the campaign by police on youth, children, and the vulnerable group as they are doing today. There has been a DNA backlog in the last couple of months, which made it difficult for the cases of rape and murder crimes to be concluded. However, we have found a solution and there is a progress done in addressing the backlog, and the budget vote will enhance the police in doing their work and to ensure the perpetrators of gender-based violence are prosecuted and sentenced when found guilty. The budget vote will assist in intensifying the work of family violence, child protection, and sexual offences unit, which conduct investigations of the offences of this nature and further provide support to the victims in this regard. The budget vote 28 will further enhance the work of the police in addressing the backlog in the firearm registry and ensure that the clarion call of the department making South Africa a safe and secure place for all is fulfilled. It is through the budget vote 28 that we shall make South Africa a safe place for all, and therefore, as the African National Congress, we are in support of budget vote 28, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. The objections, there was objections by EFF, Freedom Front Plus, IFP, I think, and the DA. Yes, Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The DA calls for a division on this vote as well.
Okay, there is a call for a division. Let me just get my, there's electronic things, they somewhere go out. So the DA have called for a division. Let's see the support. There is support, Honorable Beyer-Smith, Labuskaghni, Boshoff and Oakam. Thank you, we take note. And now we will allow the 15 seconds to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. "15 seconds have lapsed. Honorable members, advocate, no indication. So by that now, we are going to proceed to the voting on the question. In that question is that the vote be agreed to. So delegates who are voting in favor should raise, Honorable Ngwezi, delegates who are voting in favor should raise their hands and keep your hands raised so that the table can record your vote.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mshodi, vote in favor.
Noted.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Paul Malema, voting in favor. Thank you so much.
Noted, Honorable Malema.
Thanks very much, Chair. Honorable Ngwenya, voting in favor.
Welcome,
Deputy Chairperson.
Thanks.
Inkatha yenkululeko yesizwe umbutho omkhulu uyayisekela le budget vote.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwezi.
Honorable Tubengube, Chairperson.
Honorable Dodobo, thank you. You may mute. Yeah, we take note of your indication.
Honorable Jadu.
Thank you, Honorable Jadu. We take note. As soon as the table have recorded all the votes, they will lower their hands. Can we then now already see those that are voting against? Honorable Modise, I don't know why your hand is always coming up afterwards.
Honorable Chair, I've got the same problem. I've got a delay in the action. Please, my hand was up there, but I didn't vote for that.
Yes, understood. But you are voting now for the against. Should I take it, Honorable Professor?
Yes, please, Chair.
There we see it. It's fine. I will get the table will lower the hands if you have recorded all the votes. Thank you. The votes have been, the heads have been lowered. Can we now go to those that are abstaining? Can we now go to those that are abstaining? I see Honorable Malitsana have got the same problem, that his hand will come afterwards.
Please, I can see that.
Since there is no abstentions, can we then now get the results? The results is as follows. And we have voted on vote 28 of the police. In favor is 34, against is 18, and abstentions none. The vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development. I've been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote, and we will give them 3 minutes per declaration of vote. The Freedom Front Plus.
Dankie, Adjunk Voorsitter. The vultures are circling above our country. More and more people are becoming dependent on the state as a result of government's skewed ideologies and mismanagement. More and more people are going to bed hungry as a result of this, but still you are set in your ways. National Treasury indicated that Land Bank, which defaulted on its debt in April 2020, will receive 7 billion rand in recapitalization over the medium term to put it on a stable and sustainable path. We'll see how that plays out. Die Landbank bevind hom tans in so groot finansiële dilemma dat hy geen lenings in die buiteland meer kry nie. Die Landbank het sowat 50% van sy betalende kliënte die trekpaas gegee, aangesien hy nie in staat is om aan hul leningsbehoeftes te voorsien nie. Ten spyte hiervan bly die Landbank se fokus, transformasie en hulpverlening aan die regeringsbegunstigdes wat nie noodwendig grond as sekuriteit vir lenings kan bied nie. The Land Bank recorded a loss of 2.8 billion in the financial year 2019-2020. Die Landbank het aangedui dat indien die regering met onteiening sonder vergoeding slaag, die Landbank se verantwoordelikheid sal groei en sy uitgawebehoefte meer sal wees. Die ironie is dat dit nie tans aan die huidige behoeftes sal voorsien nie, dat die finansiële fiskus sal verklein en dat beleggings in Suid-Afrika omtrent 0 sal wees. Expropriation without compensation will not just take place. Think of the implications. Die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun nie hierdie begroting nie. Dankie, adjunkt voorsitter.
Dankie, agbare De Tooy. Agbare Beyer-Smit, wil jy wat doen?
Ek wil 'n deklarasie maak asseblief, adjunkt voorsitter.
Okay. Nou, it's fine. Dan kan jy voortgaan.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. When will this ANC government remove their oogklap and get over their group mentality and they believe that Black South Africans cannot function as individuals, but have to be forced into group activities and ownership? We were born as individuals who have different ideas, different needs, and different dreams. We were not born as a group. Groups are formed voluntarily by people who share a common interest by choice. But this government is obsessed with forcing people to do what they want because it makes them feel important and powerful. This budget does not speak to individual ownership and opening up choices for people. The DA demands individual full title deed for the property of every single South African, and more specifically, those communities who stay on communally managed land with government as a babysitter. The DA will not support this oppressive budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Beyer-Smith. Honourable Arnolds, EFF.
Chairperson, I will be taking the declaration on his behalf. Chairperson, let me put it categorically clear that expropriation of land without compensation is going to happen in our lifetime. And we are going to start with those thieves, the descendants of Jan van Riebeck, who still sits with our farms, and give it to Black people. The ANC's government promise of 1994 to return 30% of the land to Black people by 1999 today, less than 10% of the land is in the hands of Black people. The landless people of South Africa demand their land, and it is going to happen, Chairperson, in our lifetime. The state under your government that dismally failed their mandate to transform better lives of the majority of the landless in this country. After 27 years since the attainment of political freedom, the majority of Black people are still landless. Minister, this department is one of the most incompetent departments that lacks the ability to resolve land claims lodged since 1998, with only 9,033 claims outstanding. Chairperson, our people remain landless. As the EFF, we are not going to support this budget vote, and we are going to push for the expropriation of South African land without compensation. Those who want to leave South Africa can freely do so. Black people will ultimately receive their land in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makause. Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The African National Congress is the only party with a progressive land reform policy with its three known pillars: land restitution, land redistribution, and security of land tenure. Vote 29 is equally progressive as it will fund program aimed at a fundamental transforming and growing our agricultural economy and help it increase its share contribution to the country's GDP. Lack of transformation in agricultural sector in the most visible in the province of the Western Cape, whereas the farming enterprise are characterized economics of scales and use advanced technology in the sector. Whereas on the other hand, you had a very small subsistence agricultural sector primarily located within former homelands. Speaking of the broadly transformation, the ANC and in furtherance of adoption of the NDP resolve, among others, to place support for women and youth, own small business and cooperative. The resolution contributes in the helping transform the agricultural towards being more inclusive, participatory, and competitive. Young people will benefit in vote 29 allocation through the National Rural National Youth Service Cooperative. Vote 29 allocation through National Rural Youth Service Corps, and these include women and people living with disabilities. The NARISEC program is implemented through the district model. The climate change has dire consequences in our agricultural economy as we are currently at the larger export of processed food production to the neighboring country. Access to water licensed by the smaller farmers in irrigation schemes are challenges identified by the Industrial Policy Action Plan as constrain the development of agricultural sector. Most of the household subsistence farmers still make use of fertilizer, and for this reason, it is important for ensuring the continued support the household for food production and food security. In dealing with access to the market, the trade and marketing of agricultural produce is central in helping transform the sector, and thus far the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development has succeeded in transforming this sector towards a great productivity and international competitiveness. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I, on behalf of the African National Congress, stand to support vote 29 for agriculture, land reform, and rural development. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We take note of the objections. And Honorable Bayer-Smith, you want to?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The DA objects, and I just want you to note that we also ask for a division.
There is a call for a division. Let me first deal with the objections. SF Dutoy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
So, then now, since we have dealt with the objections, we are going back to divisions, and we will call for support for the division. First off, Ocamp, Visser, and Ryder. Is it four? Is it four? First off, Ocamp, Visser, and Ryder. It's four, eh? So, the division have been called. Let us allow the 15 seconds to pass so that we make sure that everyone is on the platform. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And then the question is that the vote be agreed to. And delegates who want to vote in favor, they now raise their hands. Please keep your hands raised until the table have taken all the results.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Moshodi, vote in favor.
Noted. Honorable Moshodi.
Deputy Chair, Honorable Claire, voting in favor.
Thank you, MEC. Noted.
Thank you.
Honorable Jadu, Deputy Chair.
Programming whip noted.
Egameni lombutho enkatha siyayixhasa le umbutho omkhulu.
Ngiyabonga.
Oh, LFL.
Malema voting in favor. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you,
Oh,
Honorable.
viva Malema.
The table will lower the hands as soon as they have recorded all the votes.
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP.
Yes,
I'm
Honorable.
calling on a point of order. You honestly need to call the Chief Whip of the NCOP to order. The surname here is not Malema, it's Malima. And it can't be correct that you just decide to interpret
So
that.
what is it to me? What is it to me?
It's Malima. And every time
spelling is the same.
You clap hands. It's not Malema, it's Malima.
Who is the one that are clapping hands? Honorable Makauze, who is the one that are clapping hands?
Malema is voting in favor.
Malema is Malema. I don't see a difference in the spelling.
Different.
The table will lower the
Can we
hands.
vote against?
Yes, Honorable Mutamai, noted. The table will lower the hands as soon as they have concluded the counting for the results. Thank you. Let us now go to delegates who abstain and request them to raise their hands. And if there is no abstentions, can we then get the results? So I take it is the one that is now in front of me. Yes, there is those in favor is 33 and those against is 17. There is no abstentions. The vote is thus agreed to. That is vote 29, agriculture. I now put vote 30, communications and digital technologies. Any Honorable Mutamai, why is your hand up? Okay, it's in it. Your hand is up. Let us.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Sorry, Honorable Chair. I just want to. I had my hand up, but I heard the number. Did you recognize my hand?
I'm sure the table have recognized your hand because they are doing the tallying, but it is the same, which means your hand has been recognized. Honorable Makauze.
Chairperson, we are objecting to this budget vote, but we do not have a declaration. Thank you.
No declaration, objection. Any other objections? Honorable
Chairperson.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Objection. Fine. So now,
Chairperson.
Yes.
It's Nana.
I see you, Honorable Nana.
Deputy Chairperson, please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
We object. We take note of the objections of EFF, Freedom Front Plus, and DA, and the vote is agreed to. Honorable Nyambi, if you are there, you can now take over. Or otherwise, I will continue with vote 31, and you will take over from the next one. I put vote.
Can you please continue, Mama? I've got a problem of network. I'm just good at voting.
Sure. No, it's fine. Let's continue up until I can't do anymore. We put vote 31, employment and labor, and we will allow parties to make the declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and at least a maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. And we will start with the EFF, Honorable Matibula. If there is
The EFF object, and I would like to do a declaration, Chair.
that is the time that you now have to make your declaration. Continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF object this budget vote based on that this department is failing to assist workers when it comes to labor relation matters. Vulnerable workers continue to suffer and brutally abuse special farm workers, petrol attendants, cashiers, security guards, and domestic workers. Chairperson, this department speaks about inspection enforcement on a daily basis, but fail to do inspection in farms where farm owners exploit our people on daily basis, especially in Little in Mopani, in Limpopo, and other areas. We must also put it clear that accessibility of labor centers in our country is limited. Our people have to travel miles to go and get assistance. To show that this department has failed to assist vulnerable workers, since the creation of EFF Labor Desk, it has assisted thousands of vulnerable workers through hard-working volunteers. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matibula. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Since the beginning of lockdown, the Department of Employment and Labour has really come to the fore by showing its true colours in allowing the increase of unemployment throughout all business sectors of South Africa. In some instances, seeing many closing their doors, leaving many employees destitute. Despite the smoke and mirrors created with funds that you claimed would grow the economy and minimize unemployment, the fact reveals otherwise, and not the drivel spewed by the Minister of Unemployment. Honourable Deputy Chair, the majority of jobs created was in the Western Cape, the province that is governed by the DA. A total number of 121,000 new jobs were created last quarter. Sorry, can we ask the Honourable Chief Whip to switch off? This province also saw a decrease in the unemployment rate and an increase of economic recovery. Furthermore, the Western Cape had the lowest expanded unemployment rate in the country, standing at 26.8%. This, according to the Quarter Labour Force Survey. You must admit this is absolutely remarkable under the circumstances and also when comparing it to the rest of the country, which is standing at 43.2%. The fraud and corruption within this department has added to the plight of many citizens of this country, and we need yet to see the guilty parties being held accountable. Minister, we call upon you to face the music and admit that you and your department have failed miserably and seek alternate measures to grow the economy to allow for an economically just society in which economic opportunities are available for all. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. ANC. ANC, Chief Whip. So the person is not on the platform. So can we continue? Honourable Boshoff, I see your hand is still up.
Honourable Deputy Chair, the DA would like to lodge its opposition to this vote and also call for a division. Thank you.
Thank you. We take note. Let us first go to the objections. Honourable Du Toit.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
So there is objections from the DA the Freedom Front Plus and the Economic Freedom Fighters. The DA have called for a division of the House on the vote. Can we now get the support for that? It's Labiskachny, Bayer Smith, Oukamp and Ryder. That is fine. There is support for their division. Let's allow the 15 seconds for everyone to be on the platform. We will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. We will then now call on those that are in support or in favor to raise their hands. And keep your hands raised until the table will lower it.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mashodi, vote in favor.
Noted, Honorable Mushodi.
Honorable Dube Ngube, Chairperson, thank you.
Noted, MEC, thank you.
The IFP supports.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwezi.
Honorable Njadu.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. With a different pronunciation.
CIC.
As the country is
Never, it's not our CIC, never. Don't mislead the country.
As soon as
Leskato owner sifane selina Brenda. Dat maak geen saak nie. As dieselfde.
daar zie je verschil.
Ek wens ek was nie stiek nie.
The table will lower the hands when the counting is completed. Is there iPad? I never saw it. Honorable Ryder. So the hands have been lowered. We can continue and get indication from those that are voting against. Raise your hands, please, and keep your hands raised until the table lower them. The table will lower the hands as soon as they have concluded the counting of the results. Take into account hands like those of Honorable Fassa that have got a slight delay on their systems.
Manje bayashintsha osiyasa bethi akusalele nje emnyama la ekhaya.
Honorable Ngwezi, you are very busy.
Deputy Chairperson, is that water?
Yes, brother, it's not brandy.
No, I didn't say. I was just checking.
What kind of a question is that, really?
Really?
To put the deputy chairperson. What kind of a question is that?
And you know what the Lord is saying about that? If you don't give me water on earth, you will never see heaven. The count is completed on that score. Can we now see who is abstaining? No abstentions. We are waiting for the results. The results is in. Those in favor is 31 and those against is 19. The vote is thus agreed to. Let me just, the vote was on employment and labor. It is agreed to. So we are now continuing, and I'm going to put vote 32. Vote 32 is forestry, fisheries, and environment. And we have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. And we are calling on parties to make the declaration of vote. Economic freedom fighters.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Deputy Chair, we've been making this urgent call to end corruption in this department and its entities. The country currently is bleeding of corruption and the poor is suffering under this government. Under your watch, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP and your party, in a single year, irregular expenditure from this department jumped from 342 million rand to 2.9 billion rand due to inadequate monitoring of compliance with supply chain management laws and regulations. Taxpayers' money under your watch, Minister and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, not spent in a responsible manner. Fruitless expenditure relates to prepaying made to implementing agencies, vendors, and suppliers for goods and services that were not in line with the contractual arrangement and agreed deliverables, cancellation of travels or no-show accommodation, payments of interest and accommodation, payments of penalties, payments of VAT charged by non-VAT vendors, damaged stock, misuse of vehicles, and overpayment to suppliers continues as usual. Supply chain management irregularities also include procurement without inviting competitive bids. This is a common trend in this portfolio. Eskom and Sasol is still two of the biggest polluters in this country. Under your department, under your watch, communities are staying around forests and natural resources are not benefiting, communities are not benefiting at all. Small-scale fishers that are in need of environmental justice are not enjoying benefits of South African resources. Therefore, Deputy Chairperson, we are not in favor of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mukase. ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to you, colleagues, the guests, and special delegates, especially from my province, KZN. Special delegates, I greet you all this afternoon. Deputy Chairperson, Section 24 of the South African Constitution provides a legislative framework and provides that everyone has a right to an environment that is not detrimental to his or her well-being, budget 32 for environment, forestry, and fisheries. It is important and directly contributes to the economy of the country. Our towns and cities must be kept clean and environmentally friendly. And I urge all South Africans to stop illegal dumpings. Chairperson, the waste management compliance at a local government level remains one of the serious concerns for us as the ANC and the 54th ANC National Conference noted economic potential of the sector in helping alleviation poverty and also the creation of jobs. Mangisho kanjalo sekela sihlalo ngisho ngoba i-recycling ibaluleke kakhulu kangangokuba thina e-KZN sinawo ama-projects e-recycling lapho ubona i-youth izenza ama-cooperatives idila ne-recycling, collect of a plastic, collect a can, collect of the bottles. And also women are embarking into these projects so that ungezuba nzima kakhulu ukuthi kwenziwe ukuphila nokuthi kuqoshe ikati eziko. Chairperson, this vote 32 through the through the expanded public works program and green economy projects is geared and aimed towards the creation of job opportunities for young people of this country, to ensuring that they get the necessary work experience, technical ability that will enhance their ability to find permanent employment. Chairperson, wild and running fires have a devastating impact on the farming communities and production, as was evident in the wild fires that ravaged through the Free State province last year, with huge financial consequences, especially for the smallholder farmers with no access in insurance and financial support. The Oceans and Coasts Branch offers abundant opportunities for the poor communities living around coastlines, given the importance of investments in the infrastructure projects, and the repair of 5 estuaries will contribute significantly, about 4 billion rands to the gross national income. Chairperson, the ANC has called for the to be controlled and owned by the communities living and around them, in order for to activate their economic potentials. Chairperson, in conclusion, ukhongolose uyayeseka le budget ka vote 32. Ngiyabonga Sibongela Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Vivi. Any objections? Can we look into the objections?
Yes, Chairperson. Honorable Abiskachni, the DA objects.
Objection from the DA, Honorable Du Toit.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
The EFF have already indicated that they also object. So the vote is agreed to whilst we take note of the objections. I will now put vote 33, human settlements, and I have been informed that parties would like to make a declaration of vote in terms of Rule 63. There is a maximum of 3 minutes, and we will now call on the Freedom Front Plus, the Honorable Michiel, Adrian Petrus de Bruin.
Nivala window ngali. Vale,
Kosi, mute.
Thank you, Chairperson. Election after election, the last 2 decades, the ANC has promised better living conditions and housing for the masses. But that was clearly just cheap propaganda to gain the votes of the poor South Africans, only to forget about the promises the day after elections. Hundreds of housing projects across the country ended in disaster due to corruption and incompetence at the expense of those in need who voted for the ANC. The majority of South Africans still does not have access to basic housing, water and sanitation, and this while the government fat cats live in excessive luxury. One can't help but wonder how many people could have received housing with the 246 million rand that was spent on the former president's Nkandla House, or the 250 million rand that was stolen in the asbestos project in the Free State, or the 120 million rand that vanished on the Ramkaral project, or even the 220 million rand that went towards the Gupta wedding, only to name a few. It is obvious that the ANC in general has collapsed into a self-serving organization with no regard for the poor, and this department is not doing any better. The Freedom Front Plus will not be supporting this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable De Bruin. Honorable Zandamela of the Economic Freedom Fighters. EFF. There is no declaration from the EFF. We will now go for ANC. Honorable Dodovo. Honorable Dodovo. Honorable Dodovo. There is no, Honorable Dodovo is not responding, so let us continue. We take note of the objections of the Freedom Front Plus. And
the DA Chair, adjunct voorzitter.
Saki, Sileko, Honorable.
Kennis neem van die dia's teen die begroet van die teenkatting, ja. We object. Thank you very much.
Ik leer genoeg Afrikaans op praatje weer. The objections are
Chairperson?
noted. Yes, I'm listening.
We are objecting to the budget vote.
Yes, I take note of that. Thank you, Honorable Makause. We take note of the objections and the vote is agreed to. I will now put vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. And I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63. Maximum, Honorable Smith, is it for this new one?
Yes, it's for this one.
I'm getting a little bit confused when you are already raising
No,
your
no
hand.
problem. I'm being proactive.
Maximum 3 minutes for declaration of vote. And we will start with the economic freedom fighters. Any declaration?
Chair, my apologies. I only struggle.
Chairperson, thank you very much. This Northwest people are always behind.
Honorable Makause, if you can focus, you are so good if you focus. But when you start fighting, I don't know what's happening to you. Honorable Donobu, that ship has sailed. We are now at the new vote. Honorable Makause, continue.
Chair, my gadget is frozen. I really got you.
Understand, but that ship has sailed. We are past that vote. We have already passed it. Honorable Makause. Thank you. Sorry for that. Sorry for that, Honorable Makause.
But there's someone disruptive here.
Someone is listening to the TV news, but I cannot see who it is, unfortunately. I will ask them to check for us there.
The preacher is Honorable Ngwezi.
Ngwezi. Later gaan deze op die draadloos Ngwezi. Maar daar is draadloosnis. Can we continue, Honorable Makause? I really apologize for that. You must understand that person is in the villages. It's very difficult for him.
But I take offense, I'm from a village, but he's also new in the NCOP, so he doesn't understand. But Deputy Chairperson...
That is a first for you. That is a first for you.
Makause, are you well?
Energy is the development and growth of our country. Without energy, an economy cannot create jobs, good service, and people cannot move, meaning that the stable supply of electricity needed for industrialization cannot be guaranteed. The world's economy in many ways are driven by energy. But in this country, our energy situation continues to get worse. South Africa's electricity supply has been characterized by load shedding and high electricity hikes. The ANC has done it again by putting South Africans into the approach of government to energy, failing the people of South Africa and economy of this country is suffering because of this. As economic freedom fighters, we want to make it clear that we should, under this department, there is no improvement at all relating to energy. Our energy supply will not be established and the crisis in Eskom will continue to get worse while white monopoly wants Eskom to be broken down. Chairperson, our mining sector is in disarray. We cannot allow white monopoly capital to get their hands also on the energy system. This happens whilst we use control supply to stop providing free electricity. Chairperson, when is this department going to open their eyes and make the right decisions? We are therefore not in support of this budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makause. We are now, is it vote 34? We are busy with vote 34. Honorable C.F. Bayer-Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. We sit with a serious energy crisis and an ANC government that is stuck in the Middle Ages in terms of thinking, whereas the rest of the world is speeding past us with innovative, greener and sustainable alternatives. We are heading for a train smash and will be left in the dark if this government does not wake up and smell the coffee. Unfortunately, this budget does not prepare us for the future, nor does it set us up for the fourth industrial revolution, not even mentioning the fifth industrial revolution. The DA get things done. Just look at the innovative and forward-thinking initiatives implemented in the DA-led governments, like the Western Cape, Midville, and Stellenbosch, which will be the first municipality to be off the Eskom grid. The DA will not support this dark age-inspired budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable Modise.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The ANC support the Appropriation Bill for Mineral Resource and Energy. The department plays an important role in a critical sector of the economy, and both mining and energy require renewal to ensure economic growth and development in the country. The department, in terms of its plan, are busy with these critical important areas for functioning of the economy. The mining activity contributes to local economic activities and job creation in the province which mining occurs. Eskom also makes an important economic contribution. The restructuring of Eskom must be concluded in the coming financial year to ensure that the new generation capacity can be transmitted and distributed to the grid. A process of reduction of load shedding through the new generation capacity must be reduced and eliminated. The fight against the state capture and corruption must continue to its legal conclusion, as it will enable Eskom to function as the state-owned entity which is accountable to restore financial control throughout the electricity value chain. Cooperative governments still require improvement at Eskom for efficient financial control and procurement of goods and services for competitive price. Important decisions for the generation of the new capacity must be implemented. IPP projects in the different sector province will positively contribute not only to the energy security, but also create a new economy in an industrial opportunity where thereby positively contribute to job creation and the local economy. Green the energy sector in the way of the future, but our large electrical demand require the implementation of the IRP. Job creation and job preservation are key priority tasks for the sector as part of the economy reconstruction recovery plan. The opposition is unable to even to perform its basic parliamentary duty by contributing to support the appropriation bill of the department and ensuring accountable for spending as it opposed to the appropriation bill and any other constructive activities by government to ensure change and transformation. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair, the African National Congress stands to support budget vote 34. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. I will continue and request for any other objections or divisions. Honorable Dutoy.
Deputy Chair, please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
Noted. Honorable C.F. Beyer-Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the DA and the DA call for a division.
There is an objection and there is also call for a division. The EFF have already indicated their objection. So now we are going to look for support for the division. Thank you. Boshoff, Fasser, Labiskachni, and Sileko. Thank you for the change. It is all the ladies that have supported that. We are looking gender representativity. We will allow the 15 seconds. We have already started with the 15 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. Thank you, Honorable Professor. We already had the four hands. Understand your challenge. We will now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the vote be agreed to. And delegates who vote in favor can now raise their hands, please. Keep your hands raised until the results have been tallied, and the table will lower your hands.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Mushodi vote in favor.
Thank you. Noted, Honorable Mushodi.
Chairperson, Honorable Dube Ngube voting in favor.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Noted.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Paul Malema voting in favor. Thank you.
Honorable Malema, noted.
Thank you, Honorable Malema.
Honorable Njadu, if you succeeded in voting, I'm just asking because you've been one of the people that have been having a challenge also. I know I once tried with my phone and I had the same challenge.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Support, Njadu.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. Honorable Dodovu, are you on the platform? Honorable Dodovu. The table will lower the hands when they have they got all the results. The hands have been lowered. We are continuing with the vote. Those that are voting against can now, Honorable Modise, you may lower your hand. Yes, I think there is a problem.
Chairperson, I'm voting for. They say my line has a problem.
Oh, thank you, Honorable. It's
Yes.
fine, thank you. Thank you. Can I, for those that are against, Honorable Professor, if you indicated, Honorable Molitsane, are you still having a problem? Honorable Professor, are you all right?
My hand is up.
Thank you, Honorable Molitsane. I'm just asking because I know who was the one that
My
indicated.
hand is up at my side, Chairperson, voting against it.
Thank you, Honorable Karin Professor.
Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. So the table will lower the hands when they are satisfied that they have noted everyone. The hands have been lowered. Can we now go to those who want to abstain? Honorable Lehi, what is your issue? So now we will get the results. We are waiting for the results. We are continuing. The count is completed. The voting is closed and we are having the results as follows: in favor 30, against 18, and abstentions is 0. The vote is thus agreed to. I will now put vote 35, science and innovation. Any objections? Honorable De Toy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
FF Plus objects. Honorable Christians.
The DA objects.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. The DA objects. Any other objection? Honorable Matibula. Honorable Matibula.
The EFF object, Chair.
We take note of all the objections.
The EFF object, Chair.
We take note of all the objections and the vote is agreed to. I will now put vote 36, small business development. And I have been informed that there are parties that want to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, maximum of 3 minutes per declaration of vote. Honorable Michiel Adrian Petrus de Bruin of the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. The COVID pandemic had a devastating and lasting effect on our economy and small businesses in general. Our small business owners, existing and upcoming, are on their knees. The lack of economic development, basic service delivery, and a failing transport system, as well as unrealistic BEE and affirmative action protocols, makes it almost impossible for small businesses to survive in South Africa today. Rather dismantle this department and put the funding towards economic development, service delivery, so that small businesses can survive in South Africa. The Freedom Front Plus will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I can rather call you MAP, or I can call you on your names, that is beautiful names.
MAP is also fun.
Honorable Brenda Matebula of the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as the EFF will reject this budget vote because this department continue pleading for more funds but fail to show for the number of small business they have assisted. In a country where almost 80% of the youth are unemployed, this department should give a meaningful role in facilitating opportunities for young people in creating jobs through supporting small business. Almost 86% of small business owners have not yet received assistance from COVID-19 relief fund, and many have since ended up being frustrated and closed. This department also say it promotes small business, yet still confiscate the goods of street traders and fail to provide them with necessary measures in protecting them from contracting the virus. The EFS has long suggested that the production of basic daily use goods such as glasses, cups, plates must be locally produced. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. ANC Honorable Mandla.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. The vote on small business development offers, through its allocation, both hope and potential for the unemployed, women, and the youth. The program allocation clearly indicates ongoing support to projects and policy initiatives of the ANC government. It does this through support for localization, a key initiative of the governing party, and one of the key policy instruments to structure the economy. It is precisely this localization that creates jobs, offers specific set of skills that provide greater opportunities in the future. The budget vote also provides direct support to the township economy and rural economy, providing critical finance to dedicated programs. Again, these are all part of the governing party policies. Whilst we have struggled with many cooperative initiatives, the lessons learned have brought about the necessary refocus of programs, and this remains an important part of our broader economic and recovery plan. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan, the small business development and cooperatives are key drivers of job creation and set aside global research and the multilateral institution all place economic growth in these areas. The plan has among its key objectives the reindustrialization of the economy through partnership between the state and private business with a focus on small businesses and cooperative. This has been based on the comprehensive discussion with social partners and therefore provides the base for greater success going forward. The ANC support budget vote 36, small business development. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now, if there is any other objections, we will have the opportunity now.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Lord.
The Democratic Alliance objects.
Thank you, Honorable De Toy. I think Honorable De Bruin have already indicated that there is an objection. So, Honorable Matebula, you have already indicated that there is an objection. So we take note of the objections and the vote is agreed to. I will now put vote 37 of Sports, Arts and Culture. And I have also been informed that parties would like to make declarations of votes in terms of Rule 63. And there is 3 minutes maximum per declaration of vote. Freedom Front Plus, Honorable SF De Tooy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Hoekom moet ons kinders lei onder die wrede rasgedrewe beperkende wetgewing wat kinders verhoed om op meriete hul volle potensiaal te bereik? Gee kinders vrye teels om hulself op die sportterrein uit te leef en die regte lewenslesse te leer, naamlik harde werk, prestasie, erkenning en ook sukses wat dit tot gevolg het. Dan leer hulle ook om teleurstelling te hanteer. Keep politics out of sport, Chair. During the lockdown period, government's regulations has caused the implosion of arts in general in the country. Many artists had lost their houses, their income, their livelihoods. This crime against artists can't be rectified by one state funeral of a veteran actress. Government must be ashamed. Don't play with people's emotions. Dit is geen staatsgeheim dat die regering sekere kulture in Suid-Afrika onderdruk en probeer uitwis nie. Die ironie is dat die standbeelde wat ten duurste deur die huidige regering opgerig is, ook nie in stand gehou word nie. Skandelik. Een voordeel wat ons het, is dat ons kultuur nie tot monumente en beelde beperk is nie. Ons leef dit, ons praat dit, ons koester dit na in die hart. Ek doen 'n beroep op julle. Besoek ons monumente, ondersteun ons kultuurinstellings en deel met trots ons volksverhale. Ons kan nie hierdie begrotingspos ondersteun nie, voorsitter.
Dankie, Agbar De Tooy. Honorable Lutuli or EFF. EFF is not there, so we are going to continue. Honorable Ndongeni, ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Chair. The sport, art, culture, and heritage sector have always been used by the ANC as a vehicle of transformation to advance social cohesion and nation building. They are significant to holistic development of our country. We are adamant that constructing a just and inclusive society cannot be accomplished without drawing from the creative culture, heritage, and sporting capabilities of our people. The sector is significant to the creation of sustainable jobs and to drive inclusive growth. The vote advance a myriad of employment and skilling opportunity in the creative industry, which are important in advancing social development. The vote also provides support to supporting and creation bodies. This continues to prevent the sector of the collapsing and prevent job losses. We loved the support given to the growth and stability of the creative industry. The ANC support the need to increase the local creative content share of royalties paid by both domestic and foreign broadcasters. We ask the public and the creative industry to make submission on the Performance Protection and Copyright Amendment Bill. This process is currently in front of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition and closes on the 9th of July 2021. These bills are important for the transformation that will seek in the creative industry. Royalties must be paid to all creative in South Africa. They must enjoy protection of their work. The DA always rejected this vote because, in essence, they are a party that opposes transformation. Instead of them coming to unpack to the nation how they are implementing their policy on arts, culture, and heritage in the Western Cape, they rejected the same budget which they are meant to be using to advance transformation. If they were serious about contributing to the sector, both the DA and EFL should be contributing positively and progressively building the sector. But of course, as it is, they are far from being progressive. The ANC support vote 37, Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Objections? Any objections?
Albongo.
Besides that have already been indicated. Yes,
you.
Honorable Christian.
Deputy Chairperson, please note the Democratic Alliance's objection to this vote.
Yes, do we take note of that? The DA and the Freedom Front Plus is objecting to this vote, and the vote is thus agreed to. We will now put vote 38, the vote on tourism. And I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, maximum 3 minutes per declaration of vote. And we will start with the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Boshoff.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Lockdown has really brought the worst out of tourism. This department single-handedly ruined this industry, leading to the increase in unemployment and the stagnation of this industry. The major problem was the TEF. This project was all smoke and mirrors as the tourism sector did not grow. The facts, Minister, are real and the revelations are stark. On the other hand, where the DA governs, we govern well. I wonder why this would be. It's quite simple. We follow the 5-point rule of capturing, clarifying, organizing, reflecting, and last but not least, we engage. This Honourable Deputy Chair was all done amidst a devastating pandemic, namely COVID-19. We did not sit back and wallow in our sorrows. We remained active behind the scenes to ensure we remain on top of our game. By following these 5 simple steps, the mother city, namely Cape Town, has once again shown that we are and remain a destination of choice. The 2020 World Travel Awards awarded the mother city with the title of Africa's leading festival and events destination. It is the 3rd year in a row that Cape Town is named as Africa's top party city. Table Mountain was picked up as Africa's leading tourist attraction, and this title is for the 2nd consecutive year. Cape Town International Airport won the prize for Africa's leading airport for the 4th consecutive year. The above affirms our status as a world-class travel destination. Excellence is the DA's top priority, and therefore it is important to the DA that Cape Town and the Western Cape remain front of mind for those looking to book their next holiday, and will continue to run our We Are Open campaigns. Where we govern, Honourable Deputy Chair, we govern well and to the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable Matibula, Brenda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF object with no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Matibula. Honourable Manlahai of the ANC.
Thank you very much again, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. The ANC would like to thank Mr. Sisanchona, the outgoing CEO of SA Tourism, for his hard work and dedication over the years. Mr. Nchona approached the board for an earlier exit as he was presented with a new career opportunity in the private sector. We wish him all the best in his future endeavors. The Tourism Recovery Plan provides a good basis for recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. Most importantly, it provides a solid foundation on which South Africa can build an even better and more resilient tourism sector post the pandemic. To this end, one of its key areas of focus is improving and upgrading sites of heritage significance, including Liberation Heritage, which is well established in the Eastern Cape, national parks, botanical gardens, as well as rural and township precincts. Over the 100 tourism infrastructure initiatives across the country, with a further 30 community-based projects have been prioritized and will be funded through the Working for Tourism Expanded Public Works Program. It is of great importance to ensure that such initiatives do not only benefit people in the urban areas, but also villages, townships, and small towns. Initiatives of the department, such as the pilot program on the basic quality verification, targeting homestays, not only ensure quality assured products, but it also creates job opportunities for young people as quality assurers. Government and its partners need to drive more initiatives that create employment opportunities for many of our people. While the DA is ever so boastful about the recognition of the Western Cape tourism has received, we rarely get an indication of the employment created and what has been done to transform the ownership patterns. The prices of packages in most Western Cape establishments are exclusionary and only cater for the few elites. Again, as we said in the debate on this vote earlier this month, we condemn the attempts by AfriForum and Solidarity, the two right-wing organizations supported by the Freedom Front Plus and Democratic Alliance, for their attempt to stop the transformation of the tourism industry and preserving white privilege using the courts. The minister must have courage to continue pushing ahead with the transformation agenda, regardless of the right-wing attacks. The ANC support this budget vote, Honorable Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable High. Honorable members, any objections? Any? Let me start with Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chair. The EFF objects.
Noted. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Noted. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. The DA objects and calls for a division. Thank you.
The DA have called for a division. Can we see the support for the division? There is Mr. Nana, the Smith, Kathleen Lawaskachny, and Honorable Willie Oakam. We have the division have been called and it have been supported. We will allow 15 seconds for delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the sitting. We will be informed by the table whether there is any reason for us not to proceed. If none, we will now proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. So those that are voting in favor can now raise their hands. And please keep your hands raised. Honorable Visser.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Mashodi, vote in favor.
Noted. Honorable Mashodi.
Honorable MEC Dube.
Noted. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Jadu.
Noted. Honorable Njadu. Honorable Dodovu, are you on the platform? Honorable Nchabaleng, are you on the platform? Honorable Tebo Khomodise, are you fine?
Yes, I am on the platform.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Nchabaleng. I'm just following up on those.
Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Malema, noted. Honorable Ngwezi, you are on the platform.
I support. Chair.
Yes, I see your hand. That's why I'm saying you are on the platform. I'm just.
Against struggle, I support. I support.
Thank you.
Pezu.
You can mute.
Deputy Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Mundisa was in the house, but it appears to me that she just lost the connection.
Okay.
Chairperson, Honorable Mundisa.
Yes, we were just gossiping about you, but thank you. You are there now. Honorable Rodolfo, can you please? This thing of you attending so many meetings. So the hands can be lowered when the count is complete. Thank you. Delegates who vote against, those should please raise their hands now and keep your hands raised. The table will lower it themselves. So the table will lower the hands when they have completed the count. Thank you. Can we now see if there is anyone that is abstaining? No abstentions. So the count is completed. We are waiting on the results. The voting is closed. We have received the results. Those in favor is, let me just open it again, I'm sorry. It's 33, and those against is 16, and there is no abstentions. So the vote is agreed to. I will now put vote 39, trade, industry, and competition. Let me put the GTI, trade, industry, and competition. Any objections or declarations? Because there is no indication. Honorable De Toy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
No declaration. Honorable Brenda Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF object with no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable JJ Lond.
Dankie, ondervoorsitter. Kan u asseblief die DA se teenkanting teen hierdie stem aandui?
Aanvaar dit so. So all the objections of the three parties are noted and the vote is thus agreed to. I will now put vote 40 transport. And any objections or declarations?
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Brata said.
Honorable Chair, please note the objection of the DA and we also call for a division.
We will deal with the division after we've dealt with the other parties. Honorable De Toy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Objection noted. Honorable Brenda Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF object and I would like to make a declaration.
You can continue with your declaration. You may. You said you want to do a declaration. Continue. Honorable Matebula, do you have a problem? Are you experiencing a challenge? Honorable Matebula? Honorable Matebula? You said you want to do a declaration. We see that you are indicating that you want to speak, but we don't hear you. For the last time, Honorable Matebula. So, the DAF called a division. Can we continue with that on that score? Can we have that support for the division? Boshoff, Outcome, Christians and Lond. Okay. We are. Honorable Modise, why are you raising your hand? So, we have support for the division.
He's supporting the DL.
Let me just allow the 15 seconds. You must actually lobby her. She cannot just support so freely. She's not so free to be free. The freedom is not free.
Tell them.
The division have been.
Ek stem saam as Jan voorsitter.
So now we will proceed to the voting because the 15 seconds have passed. And the question is that the vote be agreed to. So those that are in favor can raise their hands. They can raise their hands. And
Thank
those
you,
that
Deputy
will indicate can indicate. Honorable
Zanda
Bishop.
Bezu. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Organizing Honorable Dodovu. Just indicate and close your mute your mic. Yes, okay.
Honorable Jadu, Deputy Chair.
Noted, Honorable Njadu.
Honorable Dube Ngube, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Noted, Honorable MEC.
Honorable Paul
Malema.
Malema.
I'm waiting for you, Honorable Malema.
Honorable Paul Malema in favor, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. We will wait for the table to lower the hands when they have concluded the tally. Honorable Chabaleng. Honorable Chabaleng. Again out. Please, they will assist you.
The Deputy Chair, Honorable Chabeling, is in the house. I see he is muted and his video is also off.
But he have indicated his vote.
He has not indicated his vote, Deputy Chair. I think we will have to ascertain his vote.
Chairperson. Chair.
I'm listening, Honorable Matibula.
My signal was lost the time I wanted to do declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Matibula. We have passed the. We are busy voting. We have passed the. We are busy voting now. So thank you. As soon as the people have been tallied, it is now those that are voting against can now raise their hands.
Stadig met die water, adjunct voorzitter.
De hoofdpijnpil geneem, mijn nek is toch stevig zo. So if those is advocate, if you have concluded, you can lower the hands.
Chairperson, sorry, Deputy Chairperson, Tim Brother said.
Yes, Honorable Brother said.
I was disconnected as we began the vote. I vote against, Chair. I apologize.
No, we are still busy with those that are voting against. Fortunately, you came back in time. If the count is completed, the table can lower the hands.
Chair, I would request that once again the vote of Honorable Chabeling be ascertained.
Please, have you ascertained it? Did you make sure the chief whip can do it? Did you note Honorable Brata said, because he was also out when they were voting, and he indicated that he is one of the people that are voting against.
Indeed, we did Deputy.
Okay, thank you. So, no abstentions, it seems. So, can we just now get the tally? Thank you. The count is completed. We have received the results, and it is as follows. In favor is 29, against is 16, and abstain is 0. That was, we were dealing with transport. So that is finalized. The vote is thus agreed to, and we will now put vote 41. That is water and sanitation. I have been informed that parties would like to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 63, and we will now call on parties and give them a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration of vote. The economic freedom fighters. Economic
The EFF objects, Chair.
but you don't make a declaration, then it's fine. We will
Chair.
pass there. IFP, Honorable Ngwezi.
Siyathokoza kakhulu sekela sihlalo umkhandlu wezifundazwe. Amanzi bakwethu ayimpilo futhi ayilungelo lishicilelwe kumthetho sisekelo wezwe lethu. Kodwa siyazibuza njengenkatha yenkululeko yesizwe umbutho omkhulu ukuthi kuyoze kube nini abantu bakithi benezinkinga zamanzi. Kunezindawo ezinenkinga yengqalasizinda ikakhulukazi eindawo ezakhela amakhosi lapha kwaZulu. Njengakomhlaba uyalingana ngaphansi kwesifunda uMkhanyakude, koNongoma ngaphansi kwesifunda iZululand, koNkandla ngaphansi kwesifunda iKing Cetshwayo, kwaHlathi ngaphansi komkhandlu uThukela. Yingani ngempela uhulumeni enza lento kubantu bakithi? Kunezindawo lapho okulinyazwa khona ingqalasizinda ngamabomu ehlinzeka ngamanzi ukuze kuzuziswe izikhulu ezithize okusolakala ukuthi zisondelene neqembu elibusayo njengakumkhandlu nje uGu district ngakumkhandlu uMhlathuze bese abantu besala ke behlala amaviki nensuku amanzi bengenawo njengoba sibonile ekuqaleni kwalonyaka lapha eMhlathuze abantu behlala amaviki amabili amanzi engekho. Akusheshise ukulungiswa kwalesi simo sihlala nabahlonishwa bonke. Sinxusa ukuba ke le mali esizoyiphasisa njengeqembu lenkatha nxa sikubona lokho ukuba iphuthumise ukulungiswa kwalezi inkinga ukuze abantu bakithi basizakale bakithi. Siyabonga sekela sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwezi. Honorable Njadu, ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, honorable members. Good afternoon. Vote 41, water and sanitation. The ANC is in support of the budget vote 1. Honorable members, we support this budget vote because of the significant impact and the role the department plays in the livelihoods of our people. We remain committed in ensuring that this sector is adequately. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and development and regulating water services. The ANC government will ensure that there is an increased water supply for the growing population and economy to ensure that water security by 2030. Water is a public good, and in our 54th conference resolution, we as the ANC resolve on the need to ensure that water provision is addressed, and the Water Act should be reviewed to ensure that water resources are effective, reflected in the master plan to emphasize distribution support farmers. Deputy Chairperson, it is through this budget vote that we still strengthen the support and capacity of municipalities as stated in section 154 of the Constitution of South Africa. Also, the district development model and the Operation Bill will assist in strengthening local government, expedite service delivery to our people. This is a crucial objective listed in National Development Plan, NDP, Chapter 13. Lastly, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chair, we cannot expect opposition parties such as the DA, EFF, and FF Plus to understand the importance of this sector because they are not solution based. When the ANC speaks of the importance of the transformation of the lives of the people, it is time. We are building as the ANC. The ANC support this vote 41. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Njadu. Honorable Dutoy. I see you have raised your hand. Is it your objection?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Ek kan vandag met trots noem dat daar eenskundiges was wat wel infrastruktuur vir water en sanitasie gevestig het, sonder om ander te blameer dat daar niks was nie. Daar was inisiatief geneem om water uit moeder aarde se boesem te trek, inisiatief om damme te bou, om te voorsien in Moore se behoeftes en ook om hierdie hulpbronne te bestuur. Was daar tekortkominge? Ja, maar ander is nie daarvoor blameer nie. President Ramaphosa last week confirmed that we live in a water-challenged country. Minister Sisulu has, during the debates 2 weeks ago, in a tirade, blamed white people for sewage running into houses and streets and said that she was happy about people living in the stands of influence. Blame shifting doesn't solve problems. Chair, Minister Sisulu must take responsibility for her own failures and shortcomings and not make racist comments. Deputy President Mabuza this week confirmed that apartheid can't be blamed for everything. Take responsibility. The ANC is to blame for the current water and sanitation failure crisis. Take responsibility for your failures. The Freedom Front Plus does not support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
I take it that it is an objection from the Freedom Front Plus. Any other objections? Yes, Honorable Seleko.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Please note the objection from the side of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you very much.
Noted. Honorable Brenda Matibula.
The EFF object, Chair.
Noted. We note the objections. And Inkatha?
Inkatha umbutho omkhulu iyayisekela le budget.
Thank you. The vote is agreed to. We take note of the support as well as the objections. It is noted. Then now, honorable delegates, I want to put the schedule. Are there any objections? Honorable Matibula.
Well, objecting on water and sanitation, Chair. Are we still in vote number 41?
We have concluded vote 41. We are now putting the schedule of votes. And the schedule of votes are on the table. Are there any objections? Honorable Matibula?
Yes, we object, Chair.
The Economic Freedom Fighters object. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance objects.
Noted. Honorable De Toy.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
We take note of the objections. The schedule is thus agreed to. I will now give over to the chairperson of the NCOP to proceed with the second order of the day. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Njatu.
Oh, sorry. No, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. We'll now proceed to the second order. Consideration of Appropriation Bill B4B-2021 and report of Select Committee on Appropriation thereon. I now call on Honorable Izzat Njadu to present the committee report. Honorable Njadu.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, ministers and deputy ministers and minister, permanent and special delegates present, fellow South Africans. It is my honor and privilege to table before this House a report on the 2021 Appropriation Bill, on House a report on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations in the National Council of Provinces. Over the weekend, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, was invited to the G7 summit in the United Kingdom as a guest, together with the leaders of South Korea, Australia, and India. This invitation was an acknowledgement of South Africa's role in driving the African continent response to COVID-19 during our chairship of the AU and the contribution we can make to global progress. It was also in recognition of the struggle South Africa is leading alongside India and more than 100 other countries to achieve a temporary waiver of the trade-related aspects of intellectual property agreement at the WTO to ensure equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. The meeting provided an opportunity for South Africa to negotiate with the industrialized countries to raise the fiscal resource needed for the recovery of the global economy from the devastation visited by COVID-19 and to attract investment in our country. Honorable Chairperson, I'm happy to report to this House that the committee has unanimously adopted the bill without amendments, while the Democratic Alliance GA reserved its right to adopt on the bill, and the Economic Freedom Fighters and the Freedom Front Plus did not support the bill. On the 25th of March 2021, the Minister of Finance wrote to the chairperson of the National Council of Province requesting Parliament to consider amendments to the names of certain votes to amend to the names of the certain votes in the schedule to 2021 Appropriation Bill. The technical corrections were necessary to accurately reflect the name of votes to correspond with the names of the relevant departments. Whilst proceeding, the bill committee observed and made the following recommendations. Despite the prevailing economic challenges and revenue collection decline, the committee welcomes the efforts by government to table an appropriations bill with a proposed allocation amounting to 980.6 billion within the section 13(2)(a) of the Constitution, which is appropriated to the 41 budget votes. However, the committee is concerned about the 36.8 billion decrease in the allocation from the 2021 revised appropriation of 1.017 trillion. The committee welcomes the National Treasury's efforts to economic structural reforms through operational vulindlela, not increasing certain taxes and ensuring that current expenditure is reduced while infrastructure investment maintained. We are concerned about the effects of the reduction in funds earmarked for the Extended Public Works Program, EPWP, and the Community Works Program, CWP, the Funza Lusaka Bus Program, Information and Communication Technology and Maintenance, and other affected programs. These programs are essential for job creation and maintains our infrastructure. The committee has raised concerns over the impact of appropriations of funds to capitalize state-owned entities, SOEs. In the view of the committee, the 5 billion allocated to the land bank would negatively affect the service delivery in departments where allocations were being reduced, particularly the security cluster, the police and the defense force. The government guarantees to SOEs totaling about 400 billion are major risk to fiscus. Equally, the inability of government and its negotiating partners in the public service to reach common ground. It is a cause for serious concern. We welcome the allocation of 6 billion for the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines and 7 billion for the contingency reserve. However, the Department of Health has not been able to spend all the allocations for vaccine procurement effectively and efficiently. The committee welcomes the fact that funds earmarked for census pilot and could not take place last year due to COVID-19 have been rolled over to 2021. We want to express our concern about the impact of budget reprioritization on the National Student Financial Aid Schemes, NSFAS, and in universities and TVET colleges. The reported interaction between Treasury and the Department of Higher Education, which led to some reprioritization within the sector, has enabled the DHE to provide funding for NSFAS. The committee remains concerned about the continuous failure to pay service providers within 30 days as required by the Public Finance Management Act, and more cost escalation in government projects, including accrual as well as the continuous lack of governance and accountability systems in most government departments. Chairperson, the committee made the following recommendations. The Minister of Finance, together with the Cabinet, should ensure that any budget leakages, such as irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, are eliminated. All power governance and accountability structures and frameworks need to be in place and functional effectively. Independent audit committees need to be appointed. Functional internal audit units must be put in place. Monitoring and evaluation units must be functional, and each accounting officer needs to spend the allocated budget according to the provisions of the financial management prospect. We call on the National Treasury to continue fast-tracking the necessary economic reforms through operational vulindlela and other measures. Budget reprioritizing, which affects frontline service delivery, should be avoided whether possibly, and we believe that a government policy intervention is required to protect some of the poor programs, such as the EPWP, Funza, Lusaka, and NSFAS. We urge the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprise to ensure that SOEs are established, equity partners and found where necessary, and a suitable SOE financial model is established without compromising interests of the poor and vulnerable. The committee urges the government and public service unions to make every effort and find amicable solution in the current round of wage negotiations. Government must ensure that clear plans and programs are developed and implemented to mitigate the negative impact of budget reductions, especially to SAP and SNDF. The Department of Health must spend the allocated funds effectively and efficiently without compromising the vaccination process, and develop clear report frameworks and procedures to publish vaccine-related budget expenditure for accountability and transparency purposes. Both the pilot project and the Census 2021 should be implemented by Statistics South Africa in the current financial year as planned in order to reduce spending pressure in the next budget period. We call on government to take steps to investigate reasons for failure to pay within 30 days and the cost escalations in government projects, and further take steps address the matter and required by the PMFA and Treasury relations. Consequence management measures must be taken against officials who fail to implement regulations. And finally, we call on Minister of Finance and COCTA to ensure that any unspent conditional grants funds must not approve for rollover are returned to the fiscus by relevant municipalities, and that the withheld local government equitable share is allocated and transferred accordingly to guard against the impact of withholding funds on the poor, vulnerable, and rural communities. In conclusion, Chairperson, I would like to thank committee members, support staff, and parties that made submissions to this process. The committee recommends to the House that the bill should be adopted without amendments. I thank you, Chair.
Malibongwe. Thank you very much. I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties the opportunity to make their votes in terms of Rule 63, if they so wish. And just remind the honorable members, maximum time allowed for declaration is 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the Freedom Front Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, dit is duidelik dat Suid-Afrika tans in 'n dilemma sit met verwysing na die staatsfinansies. Die beheer en bestuur daarvan van verskillende ministeries en die stand van die provinsiale wetgewersake, as ook die alombekende verval van munisipaliteite. Oor die jare heen het onderspandering van beskikbare fondse op die nodige projekte veroorsaak dat die agterstand van infrastruktuurontwikkeling en vaardigheid net meer en meer agteruitgaan en blaamverskywing vir gerieflikheidsondaalwe gebruik is om verantwoordbare politici te verontskuldig. Deputy President Mabuza confirmed earlier this week that apartheid is not to blame for all South Africans' problems and failures. The truth hurts. Government and ANC in particular is to blame for the regress in unemployment and ongoing corruption. At the moment, disasters and government and municipal failures are used as new opportunities to siphon funds from the fiscus. Every month we hear about a new turnaround strategy, a new rescue plan, initiatives to prevent corruption, new grants and schemes to relieve poverty that was created by the ANC and contribute to financially sustainable microeconomies Where are the success stories? Die fondse wat in hierdie begroting aan die verskillende departemente beskikbaar gestel was, is onvoldoende, selfs al word dit sonder korrupsie aangewend. Die regering moet wegdoen met hul transformatiewe projekte, rasgebaseerde wetgewing, dit kniehalter vooruitgang, voorsitter, en beperk ekonomiese groei. Dit kweek rassekonflik. Werkloosheid gaan toeneem. Dit is reeds hoog. Munisipale verval neem steeds toe en onteiening sonder vergoeding is die doodsteek vir beleggings in Suid-Afrika. Daar is tans sowat 18,5 miljoen persone in die land wat afhanklik is van maandelikse staatssubsidies. Staatsentiteite is afhanklik van konstante finansiële hulp en die finansiële voetspoor raak al hoe kleiner in Suid-Afrika met meer en meer mense wat nie in staat is om by te dra tot belasting nie. The only solution for South Africa problems, Chair, is for voters to remove the ANC from government. The Freedom Front Plus does not support this bill. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from the IFP. IFP. We'll move on to the EFF. EFF.
The EFF object, we don't have a declaration, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Chairperson. Next speaker from the DA. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Colleagues of the National Council of Provinces, we are the upper house, where debate should be more measured, less politicized, and more focused on doing the right thing for our people across South Africa. I remind you, colleagues, of the excellent workshop that we had earlier on this year, where it was emphasized that we are not the victims of this budget, but the very people who have the final say on whether to approve it or not. Let us focus then on what we are approving. In a time of massive and increasing need, what are we being asked to spend taxpayers' money on? In a time of 43% national unemployment, in a time of 75% youth unemployment, with COVID-19 continuing to ravage our economy, with the cost of borrowing increasing due to our junk status investment rating, after years of poor financial management and corruption, as more and more ordinary South Africans are becoming reliant on the state, where are we focusing the public purse? We are focusing it on propping up failing state-owned enterprises that are failing to deliver on their mandates. The state's airline is dead. Eskom is in ICU with no electricity to power the life support machines. Denel, Transnet, Portnet, SABC, Sanral, all sucking the fiscus dry. While once upon a time these entities could justify, at least to the ruling party, their increasing budgets on the fact that they were employing more and more South Africans, the deployment of the wrong people has meant that all of these entities are now forced to renege on their wage agreements, forced to retrench and downsize. And yet, the government is asking us to allow them to double down at the expense of the poor and middle-class South Africans. We are cutting the funding to police, to education. Even health in the medium term takes a hit. The funds to eradicate pit toilets in schools, cut. TVET colleges, cut. Education, cut. VIP protection is up though. As South Africans get more desperate and times get tougher, the government fat cats take a bigger slice for themselves. This is unconscionable, colleagues. Taking from the poor to prop up failed state businesses and to protect the political elite. If you support this bill, you have forgotten the constituents that put you here, and you never deserve to come back. The Democratic Alliance rejects this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from the ANC.
Yambos.
ANC.
Yambos.
ANC. First. We'll come back to you. When we called you, you were not here. And we know that people have problems with the network and so on. But please, please, please. Let's start with the ANC and then we'll come to you. ANC, Njadu.
Mama Rahani.
Oh, Mama Rahane, sorry. Mama Rahane, please.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. The context in which we consider the appropriation bill must inform our response so that we are able to make a distinction between possibility and reality. The economy is showing some signs of recovery at a slower rate than the pre-COVID-19 pandemic. While the budget exercises continued restraint on spending growth over the medium term, nearly 3 trillion rand, almost 57% of public funds are allocated to learning and culture, health and social development. The 2021 proposed allocation aims to shift the composition of spending from consumption to investment, while also withdrawing the tax increases which were previously announced worth 40 billion rand in order to avoid the tax burdens to taxpayers. Honorable Chairperson, the Appropriation Bill continues to align department spending objectives to the medium-term strategic framework priorities, as these are short to medium-term government priorities intended to achieve the overall objectives as set out in the National Development Plan. We welcome the proposed additional allocation of 11 billion rand to the spending framework of 2021-2022 for the Public Employment Initiative as a continued commitment by government on its central objectives of job creation, unemployment reduction, and subsequently reducing the overall inequality levels. We welcome the 15 billion rand proposed allocation to manage further waves of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are encouraged by overall government's response to the pandemic and in full support of government initiative that prioritizes the health and lives of South Africans, prioritizes the health and lives of South Africans. We welcome the proposed allocation of 5 billion rand in 2021-2022 to be funded through reprioritization, and another 2 billion in 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 for the recapitalization of the land bank. In addition, we welcome the finances allocated to the ongoing fight against corruption. While noting the allocation, reprioritization and reduction to certain programs, especially in the peace and stability cluster, which we are aware that there is ongoing engagement with the National Treasury overall, the thrust of the Appropriation Bill aligns itself with the message and priorities of State of the Nation address this year. The ANC supports Appropriation Bill 2021. I thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's go back then to Honorable Ngwezi. Please proceed.
Yambo somkhulu sihlalo umkhandlu wefundazwe. Ngiyakhuleka kuwena, ngikhuleke nakubahlonishwa bonke. Egameni lombutho wenkatha sikhulekela nje ukuba zonke lezi imali ebesizisisa lapha ngempela esiyobathemba ngokuthi baqinisekise ukuthi idingo ziyaya
that people will ensure that services are given to the people, those who are giving this money on behalf of the people. We are now tired of coming here. We speak complaints that we see that services are not going to the people, but money is taken by some people who are close to the government. It could be ministers or those who are leading the departments. That really worries us. So now we're saying everybody should be conscious to ensure that people get the services. Our people are in trouble. They need services. Those who will not do what the IFP is asking will face the law. In having said that, we do support this budget vote that is being passed today. Thank you, Chairperson.
We are now allow 15 seconds to delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. The 15 seconds are over. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. So we'll start with those who want to vote in favor. Please raise your hands and keep them there until the table lowered.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor.
Yes, please proceed.
Honorable Mushodi, vote in favor, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mushodi, I've already indicated. Honorable Mushodi's vote is noted.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Any other person outside the system?
Dube Chair.
Honorable vote is also noted.
Honorable Njadu.
Honorable Njadu's vote is also noted.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dodov.
Honorable Dodov's vote is also noted. Yeah, the counting proceeds. We expect that very, very soon.
Honorable Chair, can they check BP, please? She's got a network problem if she's there.
Yes.
Yeah. Fortunately, Chair, I'm here for now.
Yeah. Finished counting so that we can move to the next step and get the others to vote. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to those who wish to vote against. Please put up your hands and keep them there until the counting is done.
Uyabona sibaninzi Nqonde.
Nincedwa yi-EFF.
Singangendwala kubathembu.
EFF.
Nanga, you're not gonna win.
Sijanyelwe kunjadu apha okwebulapha esithini
There is no defection. There is no defection.
Yes.
Naman. How?
Come
on.
Let's look at
Unchazi
abstentions.
the
Those abstaining,
programming whip.
those who are abstaining. Thank you very much. Awaiting the results. And the results are in favor 35, against 16, abstaining 0.
Yeah, virtual. Virtual.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip.
Section 75 of the Constitution. Now move on to the third order. Consideration of votes and schedule dash special appropriation bill B5-2021. I now put vote 10 public enterprises. I've been informed that the following political parties would like to make their declarations in terms of Rule 63. Maximum time allowed is 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the FF plus. Honorable Toit.
Thank you, Chair. Soos per die nasionale tesouriese voorlegging is
As
dit
the National Treasury's report is that already 10.5 billion had already been placed for the SAA, and between Mango and SAA it's being divided.
Lockdown of 2020 resulted in SAAT and air chefs not being able to pay their employees their full salaries, with SAAT employees living from between 25 and 50% of their total salaries every month for the last year. The Special Appropriations Bill is in effect a way to disguise these funds as an appropriation application instead of unauthorized expenditure. National Treasury indicated that after the liberation of South African Airways, selling 51% managing share for 3 billion rand, and said that SAA will never have to receive a bailout again. Well, I'm not allowed to call them a liar, but I think they might be strangers to the truth. The Department of Public Enterprises still have a 49% share in this plucked chicken and needs to feed it in this competitive market. South Africa
is already sweating blood to pay for the sins of the ANC. 51% share in the SAA has been traded for 3 billion rand, but we are glad that we are rid of it. But if the government had acted earlier, it would have been completely privatized. But pride and ego comes at a big price.
Capital to finance their 49% share. It is clear that government might have to provide guarantees for future SAA debt, and it's exactly the same as another bailout.
The taxpayer has, from 2007, paid 107 billion rand to SAA.
The next speaker is Honorable Arnold from the EFF. Arnold. Arnold's from the EFF. We will move on. The next speaker is Honorable Nana from the DA. Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Chairperson. The NCOP has for many times been debating issues that continue to bedevil our state-owned entities. And as I said in my earlier statement today, that as the opposition, we do provide sensible solutions to complex and difficult situations that continue to face our state-owned companies. But let's face it, honorable members, we all know if you don't talk state control, all of your proposed solutions will fall in deaf ears. We have proposed in the past and asked a question: is it not about time that we leave business to people who know how best to run business? Is it not about time that we reconsider the future of public enterprises as a department? Is it not about time we as the state exit business and leave business to run business? In good conscience, Honorable Chairperson, the DA cannot support this budget. It is a waste of taxpayers' money. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from the ANC.
Chairperson.
Honorable T.B. Matibe.
Chairperson.
Honorable Matibe.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Matebula.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, I've got a problem of connectivity. I want to object on this budget vote, and then we don't have a declaration. Thank you.
Okay. Noted. Thank you very much. ANC, Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members. The ANC supports the Appropriation Bill for public enterprise. We have already said in our declaration previously that for us, the SOEs are strategic and operate within the strategic sector of the economy, and therefore they are very important for us to contribute to job creation. In that regard, the department has put in place the new boards and management that seeks to make sure that whatever action that needs to be taken in relation to issues of state capture and corruption is dealt with decisively. We fully support the initiative done in relation to SAA and how it is going to be relaunched shortly, and so that it can then play an important role in reviving the economy. We are in the process of economic recovery, and part of what the SAA can do to us and the economy is to assist us to recover. We need to indicate that we're not gonna waste time dealing with ideologies, but for us, as the ANC, is that we seek to create a developmental state out of which we'll be able to assist in economic recovery and the recovery plan as put forward by the president. In that regard, Chairperson, the ANC supports the Appropriation Bill for public enterprise. Thank you.
The ideology has failed.
Thank you very much.
Ryder, behave.
Any objections? Please indicate if you have any objections. Otherwise, the vote is agreed.
Honorable Chair, as indicated, the Freedom Front Plus objection.
Objection from the Freedom Front Plus. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
EFF has already indicated its objections. The
Thank you,
DA,
Chair.
Chairperson, kindly record the Democratic Alliance's objection. Thank you.
recorded. Thank you very much. Otherwise, the vote is agreed to. The next question that we're looking at is health. So I'm now putting the vote 18 health for consideration. I'm again informed that the following parties, EFF, DA, and ANC, will like to make declarations. So we'll start with the EFF. EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. The EFF object with no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Baga from the DA. Honorable Baga from the DA.
We object to the budget as well, Chairperson.
Objection noted.
Yes.
Honorable Gillian from the ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the ANC to support the special appropriation bill and vote 18 health. Chairperson, the ANC is of the view that this budget will assist us in making sure that all people of South Africa will experience better health, availability of the vaccine, of primary health care, of special projects to make sure that the inequalities that still exist in our society will be assisted, and also to make sure that the poorest of the poor will also enjoy better health care. I so move, Chairperson, that we support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll formally then note as we move on, the EFF objection. Note the DA objection as well. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and the Freedom Front Plus objects to this bill.
Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to, and the objections as stated are noted. We move on to social development. We put vote 19, social development. I've also been informed that the following parties would like to make declarations, and those are EFF, DA, and the ANC. This is in terms of Rule 63, and just to remind members, it's 3 minutes, maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. We'll start with the EFF. EFF, Honorable Leahy.
Thank you very much, Chair. The EFF object with no declaration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is DA, Honorable D. Christians. Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The DA will not be making a declaration, but the DA does object. Thank you.
Action noted. Next is the ANC, Honorable A.D. Malika. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC supports with no declaration.
Support the vote. Before we move to voting on the vote, yes, let's find out about formal objections. Let's start with the EFF.
The EFF object, Chair.
EFF objects. The DA.
DA objects, Chair.
The DA objects. The FF plus.
The Freedom Front Plus objects, Chair. Thank you.
Objects. Thank you very much. The vote is agreed to, and the objections as raised are noted. We shall now proceed to the schedule. I now put the schedule. Are there any objections? Let's start with FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects to the schedule. Yes, thank you. We will not be making a declaration.
Next is EFF.
The EFF object with no declaration.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the DA.
DA objects, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
The DA objects. So the schedule is agreed to, and the objections as indicated are noted. We'll now proceed to the fourth order. Consideration of the Special Appropriations Bill, B5-2021, and report of Select Committee on Appropriation thereon. I call on Honorable Njadu to present the committee report. Honorable Njadu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, honorable members, permanent and special delegates present, and fellow South Africans. In the past week, there has been a lot of talk following the announcement of the Strategic Equity Partner for the South African Airways, SAA. The partnership brings together South African public and private sector capabilities to reposition SAA. As announced by the Minister of Public Enterprises, Honorable Previn Gordon, the principle that underpinned this partnership include to relaunch a viable, scalable, agile, and sustainable national South African airline that is no longer dependent on the South African fiscus, to build an airline that propels growth of the South African economies, especially tourism industry, and to develop a high-performance culture befitting of a world-class airline to which SAA aspires to return. This is an evidence that the work towards stabilizing our state-owned enterprises is on track. Honorable members, it is my honor and privilege to table before this House a report on the Special Appropriations Bill 2021 on behalf of the Select Committee on Appropriations in the National Council of Provinces, NCOP. The committee unanimously adopted the bill without amendments, while the Democratic Alliance, Freedom Plus reserved their right, and the Economic Freedom Fighters abstained. Honorable Chairperson, Section 213 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that money may be withdrawn from the National Revenue Fund, NRF, only in terms of an appropriation by Act of Parliament. In executing this mandate, the Select Committee on Appropriations has considered reports to the House in terms of the Section 4.3 of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act. The Special Appropriation Bill was tabled by the Minister of Finance on the 24th of February 2021, and it was referred to the committee for concurrence on Friday, 4th June 2021. The bill proposes an additional 1.250 billion for the Department of Health to procure COVID vaccines and to fund COVID vaccine research projects, 2.826 billion to social development to fund the extension of the special COVID social relief of distress grant, and 2.7 billion for the Department of Public Enterprises, DPE, to earmark for the restructuring of the subsidizing of SAA, namely SAA Technical, Mango Airlines, and Air Chefs. The committee further noted that the 2.7 billion is not a new allocation to DPE, but forms part of the 10.5 billion, which was approved by Parliament in the 2020 Second Adjustment Appropriations Act Bill for restructuring of SAA, which was under business rescue. Honorable Chairperson, the committee notes the reports that SAA is in the process to make salary settlement with its workers, including pilots. The committee is of the view that this matter should have been long resolved since the company received the 7.8 billion for the business rescue practitioners to implement a rescue plan and deal with the challenges of this nature in 2020. The committee makes the following recommendations: that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Enterprises should ensure that there is a full compliance with all conditions prescribed for the 2.7 billion allocated to SAA, subsidizing as part of the 10.5 billion approved in 2020. Should there be non-compliance, the appropriations consequent management, including the stoppage of funds, should be instituted expeditially and the matter reported to Parliament within a reasonable time. That the Minister of Public Enterprise should ensure that SAA addresses its challenge around the payment of the personnel as a matter of urgency. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Health should ensure that funds earmarked for the procurement of vaccines and to fund COVID-19 research projects are spent according to plans and that value for money is achieved. System to prevent wasteful, fruitless, unauthorized and irregular expenditure and illegal contracting should be put in place. And the clear reporting frameworks, templates, procedures should be developed to publish vaccine expenditure reports for accountability and transparency purposes. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Social Development should ensure that funds earmarked for the extension of the special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant are spent according to the plans and that value for money is achieved. Systems to prevent wasteful, fruitless, unauthorized and irregular expenditure should be put in place with immediate effect. And clear reporting frameworks, templates, and procedures should be developed to publish the expenditure on the SRD grant for accountability and transparency purposes. In conclusion, Chairperson, in conclusion, I wish to thank all committee members and committee stakeholders who made submissions as well as committee support staff. Without these role players, the process would have not been a success. The committee recommends to the House that the bill be adopted without amendments. I thank you, Chair.
Malibongwe kamana matota wethu.
I now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before I proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties an opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 63, if they so wish. Again, just to emphasize, 3 minutes maximum per declaration of vote. We'll start with the FF plus. FF plus.
Honorable Chair, thank you. The Freedom Front Plus will not be making a declaration, but we do not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The IFP. The IFP.
They are nowhere to be found, Chair.
Obuwa the second half. Osa move. Arifite.
Honorable Ngwezi. Let's move on next to the next party EFF.
The EFF object, Chairperson, with no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The DA.
Lefeletswe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The DA objects and we will do a declaration. Honorable Chairperson, the Special Appropriation Bill contains three main components. The first component is to shift funds to enable the Health Department to procure COVID-19 vaccines. This should, under normal circumstances, be a good move. But looking at the total inefficient way in which government rolled out these vaccines programs, combined with a Minister of Health that is on special leave for his alleged involvement in irregularities, also combined with the lack of a proper planning by this government to implement a proper vaccine program, we cannot support this. The Democratic Alliance was one of the first voices to be raised in order to alleviate the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the sometimes irrational COVID-19 lockdown regulations that have dealt a devastating blow to our country's economy, leaving the most vulnerable people in our society without any means of putting food on the table. The DA therefore welcomed these grants, but unfortunately the mismanagement by the Department of Social Development derailed the process to the point that it endangered the survival of many South Africans, and therefore we cannot support this. Honourable Chairperson, then we come to the third component, which is the contentious part of the bill, the most contentious part of the bill. It relates to the shuffling of funds to SAA Technical, Mango, and Air Chefs. It is common cause that the operations of SAA Technical were in a shocking state long before COVID-19 hit our country. During 2019, there was a raft of flight delays as SAA and COM airplanes were grounded due to inadequacies at SAA Technical. The audit done by the Civil Aviation Authority on SAA Technical revealed numerous failures, including a failure to address previous findings and unqualified personnel signing off on maintenance work. The Civil Aviation Authority was at pains to point out that SAA Technical's failures had more to do with incompetence than with financial constraints. This led to Comair choosing to seek a different maintenance solution that, while more expensive, could be trusted by them. It also meant the loss of a valuable client, which is not a good business model, Honourable Chairperson. So this request to throw money at an organization that has proven to be badly managed, arrogant, intransigent, and incompetent is not one that this House should just accede to. Without a better plan to make these subsidiaries sustainable or to close them down, this House should not be entrusting them with more money that is so desperately needed as South Africa battles an economic war on so many fronts. Honourable Chairperson, this once again highlights the importance of a total privatization of the SAA and all the subsidiaries. Privatization is the only workable plan which will not only help the SAA and its subsidiaries to become viable again, it will also improve our country's coffers by not having to subsidize it time and time again. Honourable Chairperson, the recommendations of this report cannot be supported and the Democratic Alliance therefore rejects this bill. Thank you very much.
We got the pilot, the privatization. Get we told.
I do not know whether the truth hit home, but it seems to me that the Honourable Chairperson is frozen at the moment.
Utusile pilot, kutuzowa.
Tula tikeledi. Tula.
Instead of this pilot that much for.
Uzophulela kuwe wena.
Thula wena sele kuna thula.
Chairperson.
Uzophulela kuwe.
Chairperson.
It's nap time now.
She's muted. Wana mikalakis. Asko magistrate.
Deputy Chair. Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, is there a problem?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
I must say, if I didn't have the deputy chair today, there would have been a big trouble.
The chairperson, the DA was the one that was doing a declaration. Who is still outstanding?
ANC.
Kiva.
Got it there.
Okay.
ndikhona mhlali ngaphambili. Ndingalithatha ithuba ndiphefumle egameni lombutho wesizwe olawule leli
I am
lizwe.
available, Chairperson. I can take the opportunity and deliberate on the name of the African National Congress.
We will now proceed to... Yes, please proceed. Honorable Kiva, proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you and the members and the entire nation. The Special Appropriation Bill is a reflection of the necessary adjustments that need to be made as a result of the impact that the COVID pandemic has had on our country and the economy and the consequences of government's restructuring program. We are resolute that the appropriated additional funds of 1.2 billion to the vote of health supports the program set in the pillars of the State of the Nation address by President Ramaphosa, that of saving lives and defeating the COVID-19 pandemic. Without this additional allocation to procure COVID-19 vaccines and implement a related COVID-19 vaccine research project and roll out the vaccination program, the nation will be vulnerable. Hence, caring for the people is the nature of the governing party, and their lives, health, and well-being are paramount. As we have all witnessed, what COVID-19 has done is to expose poverty in our country to an even greater extent. Hence, in response to the appeal from those who have been made most vulnerable by the COVID-19 pandemic, an additional 2.8 billion has been appropriated in order to fund the extension of the special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant for an additional month. We are encouraged by ongoing discussions around a bill and the program that has been made as an experience of the social relief of distress has demonstrated just how important this has been in lifting those from absolute poverty and providing some relief to others. On the matter of an additional allocation to the Department of Public Enterprise, let us be very clear that this is not new money, but rather in terms of the law which allows it, the use of a portion of an amount referred to in the schedule for a subsidiary, SAA, for use by another subsidiary of SAA to address urgent funding needs. The 2.7 billion will therefore fund critical subsidiaries of SAA and assist them to be functioning as a relaunch of a restructured SAA take place. There must be no assumptions on the part of the opposition that this is privatization. There is a big difference between partnership and privatization. This is a strategic intent to ensure that our national carrier hits the skies once again. And we want to emphasize that this is not privatization. Therefore, the ANC supports this special appropriation bill without any figment of confusion. We are focused as the governing party. This bill must go through. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much.
Abaku.
We will now proceed
Sabulela.
But before we go to voting, we'll have the system to come in. So the clock is ticking on for the 15 seconds. 15 seconds over. Yes, advocate.
I was just indicating that we may proceed.
Okay, no, thank you very much. We now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. So we'll start with those who want to vote in favor. Please raise your hands and keep them there until notified.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mshodi, vote in favor.
Mshodi's the vote should be noted.
Honorable Dube Ngube, Chairperson.
Honorable Dube Ngube's hand should also be noted.
Honorable Njadu, Chair.
Honorable Njadu's vote should also be noted.
Honorable Dodovu as well, Chair.
Honorable Dodovu's vote is also noted.
Where's Paul Malema now?
Yes.
Hi,
so counting is on. I'm sure they are almost through. Can we lower the hands? Thank you very much. Let's get those delegates who wish to vote, want to vote against. Please raise your hands and keep them there. Counting continues.
Chairperson?
Yes.
There are several hands which came up before you called for the voting against, including the hand of Honorable Rebecca Dikhamela.
Yeah, so it means we must then stop for a while. Please lower your hands.
They have come to the census, Chair.
Please lower your hands.
Which
Let's start with
census?
those who want to vote in favor. Please put your hands up and keep them there. If you keep on changing and so on, it really results into a bit of confusion setting in.
In favor, Mudise.
All of those hands that are supposed to be noted, Mshodi's hand, Dube Ngube's hand, and so on. I hope those are noted.
Mudise in favor.
Jadu's hand as well. Honorable Mudise.
Let me see Dube Ngube.
Yes, I've already indicated that. Ngube's,
don't forget Paul.
And Dodovu.
And Paul Malema.
Paul Malema, yes.
Yes, Chair.
Any other name outside the system?
Dodovu.
Cooperative as well as vote is noted.
And the pilot?
And the pilot is declared. Okay. Pilot.
No, it's not easy.
Any other name? Thank you very much.
Baba funu itagata lepi.
Oh, I'm sure you are done. I'm sure the table is done now, counting. Okay.
Oh, chola baba funu itagata lepi.
Thank you very much. Let's go to those who want to vote against. Those who are voting against. Those wishing to vote against, please put your hands up. until notified otherwise.
Chairperson, Rebecca forgot to vote. Ask Rebecca to raise her hand once again.
Ayingowenu, ayingowenu.
You won't get that addition.
You voting?
She must.
Noma ungeza ngechocolate angekho lunga.
She must send Advocate Pindela. She must send Advocate Pindela, Chair.
Okay. There we are. Can the hands be lowered? Thank you very much. Let's go to the last category. Those wishing to abstain, please put your hands up. Those wishing to abstain. The count is now completed, and the voting is as follows: 32 in favor, 16 against, and 0 abstentions. So the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution.
Sabonga. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Whip, Deputy.
Yes,
you are out of order, Matangu. You are out of order,
one
Matangu.
more time to express appreciation for the Minister and Deputy Minister for joining us and being part of these deliberations at the NCOP. Let me also acknowledge the presence and express an appreciation for special delegates, all special delegates, as well as the Salga representatives for availing themselves. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Recording much appreciated. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Minister Ching Ching.
Minister.
And Principal. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Great.
Mrs. LA.
Stay safe. Great work, ANC.
Hi, Chief Whip.
Stay safe.
Oh, my way.
Siyabonga njalo.
Kiva, Kamako.
Kamako mntanomhle.
How are you?
Hi, Honorable Pinky, thank you.
Thanks, Pinky.
Thanks.
Thanks, Comrade Pinky.
Sure, comrades.
And Comrade Malema.
I suppose we are done. I see Honorable Mamarakane there. Parliament streaming. that's our usual request. Who did not switch on their videos and this and so on. I think it was as a result of that. I don't know if there's any other thing, Madam. Any other thing, Ms. Bowers?
Advocate, thank you. I lost connection, but I'm back on now. At this point now, Advocate, I think it was a very long day. We will submit papers during the course. I've already received from colleagues. I will submit by Monday morning for Tuesday.
Okay, no, that's fine. Is there any other thing? Anything else? Special delegates and this and so on. Yes.
Live on YouTube, Chair.
Yes, is that Ms. Zondi?
Yes, I was just alerting that you're still live on YouTube.
Are we no longer live now?
It's still on.
Madam?